lost, there's always a hope. Rise and fight.
What's up, StarCraft fans? I am Nyokin, and joining me today is the StarCraft doctor himself. It's Doc Holliday.
What's up? How you guys doing? I hope everyone is doing good, and welcome to the TerrOr broadcast here for the bracket day number 2 of BSL, man. And things are looking good. There's a lot of Zergs in this bracket, so I'm happy already. You know what I mean?
Yeah, half of the Protoss got eliminated yesterday. GoKu gone. I think 2 other Protoss players got eliminated, and as you stated, there's multiple Zergs here. And your boy, the Champion. He's in the loser bracket. He's still alive. TerrOr. He almost got eliminated yesterday. It was a surprise upset, NbA taking him down. But now he's still alive in the bottom side of the bracket, and it is a best of 3. So the chances of him being eliminated early are not so high anymore.
Interesting fact, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but champiñón means mushroom in Spanish.
Oh, it does? I thought it meant champion, because he always writes that in his Twitch stream title. I thought that meant champion, because he says the champion is back. That's what he always writes.
Oh,
all right,
man.
well, I did not know that.
I have to say, though, I'm always excited when I get to cast TerrOr, because he's, as you said, you know, earlier to me, like yesterday, as a matter of fact, that TerrOr is just one of my absolute favorite players to watch. Very sad to see him in the lower bracket, but that's okay. Lots of great players to be had today as well. Of course, we have Dandy as well, representing Team Terran. And just some really good players in the bracket, so looking very much forward to getting into the games right away here. I think we have NbA versus Tech queued up. And ready to go, so I think we're just ready to head on in.
Yeah, NbA versus Tech is going to be our first matchup today. Then we're going to be going into GoKu versus Jiren. But NbA versus Tech, that's going to be a PvP. Unfortunately, no Zergs, no Terrans for either of us.
It's okay, though.
Is it?
Yeah, because no matter who loses, it's a Protoss. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess.
Got him.
It would. I guess you can look at it at that way, but we're getting a look at the profiles. We see NbA, he was in GoKu League multiple seasons, made an appearance in Pro League in Season 13. Meanwhile, Tech consistently in Pro League, so he's looking to go a little bit deeper this time around. Yesterday we saw NbA take down TerrOr, and I really thought TerrOr was going to win those games, but very slick timing from NbA with the shuttle bombs takes him down, and Tech played well also, so no surprise to see them facing off in the winners bracket. Unfortunately for him, whoever wins here, I would say most likely going to be facing Dandy, and we know how strong Dandy is.
Yeah, PvP also very cutthroat matchup, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot of destruction in this next couple of games here. But I find it very interesting. Tech is not a player that I see go super crazy far into most tournaments. He always does really well, but ends up getting knocked out by like the top tier player that we normally have, like showing up like our TerrOrs and our Dandies and stuff like that. So really cool to see him all the way at this stage already and looking good in the winners bracket. Very much looking forward to seeing how he performs.
Yep, and with this screen, that means that our players are ready. So let's get into game 1 of our first best of 5. It's going to be Monopoly between NbA and Tech.
Alrighty, guys, here we go. Well, starting in the, looks like top left-hand corner, spawning as the yellow Protoss, we have DM Tech.
And in the mid-right, our blue Protoss, it is NbA, and I'm checking that tag if I can read it correctly. That says NbA Nas. Was not aware that he was in the Nas team, so you know he's been practicing with players like TerrOr, like Eon Zerg, Dragon, And because of that, just simply because of all the top talent in NAS, I would give NbA a bit of a favorite here. But as you stated, Tech has done well in BSL every single time, and he gets eliminated by the top tier players. So maybe he can take down NbA. Now you're the Spanish expert here. What's NbA saying?
I wasn't reading the chat and it disappeared already. My bad. I should have read it. I'm not fluent though. People think I'm like fluent Spanish speaker. I'm really not.
Oh, looks like DM Tech, maybe he's got an idea. He's gonna put down a secret strategy versus NbA. We see nothing abnormal so far. Pylon in the main, no shenanigans. We're just waiting to see whether anybody's gonna go for something like a 2-gate. It is Monopoly. Rush distances are somewhat short, but I think with these spawns, I guess they're a little bit longer than bottom left versus top or mid right, for example.
Very interesting. Looks like everyone getting off to like a pretty standard start here so far. No shenanigans from either player.
Yep, both players going to go for a similar scout timing. And are they going to scout each other first? That is the question for me. Nope. Tech going to go bottom left, unlucky scout. NbA going to go top left. Now, Monopoly has a very, very small choke. So if NbA ends up going for Zealot first, he could easily deny vision into his main, and that of course would leave Tech in the dark and kind of obligate him to go into one base robo if he wants to play a safe opener.
I feel like these build orders, do you play more aggressively in a longer series or less aggressively? I feel like game number one's always like feeling your opponent out, so I'm not super surprised that we didn't have any kind of 2-gate shenanigans. But I mean, what do you think Tech is going for? I would really like to see some kind of like maybe Dark Templar expand or something like that.
Yeah, we could see Dark Templar expand. I'm trying to think back to how NbA plays. Now, of course, PvT different than TvP, but as I stated, that Zealot on the ramp means that there's going to be no scout. But NbA, when he did play versus me, Protoss versus Terran, it was kind of gateway man. So he may not be a robo player. And speaking of DTs, there's that Citadel. And like I said, when you're not able to scout, Tech is going to be in the dark, and he's going to have to try and sniff this out.
I just feel like DT expand is so good when you don't get a look into that main, because it's not like a completely all-in build. You still get your expansion down with the DTs regardless, but you can get that kind of surprise factor where if your opponent is just not thinking about DTs, or if they tried to make some kind of greedy build order decision, they just die. So it's kind of like it's got all that upside and not very much downside in this situation.
Well, I really like it because he saw that range was coming in, so that's going to delay the robo even longer. If there was no range, I think this would be maybe a misstep, because Tech could have gone into straight robo and kind of matched the DT timing. But now, I think he's going to get there maybe slightly ahead of the Observer. I mean, the robo's pretty not the longest build time, neither is the Observer, and of course it's not going to have to move. However, if NbA sends, or if Tech sends it across the map, may not intercept that DT, and this could do game-ending damage. Now, as far as you talking about early aggression, I think in game one, you could go for an aggressive play and like let the opponent know and say like, hey, don't forget I got this up my sleeve. But I also like it in game two. If you play a normal opener and you win, and then in game two you cheese and you win, well, then you go in with a 2-0 lead, and in game three, all of a sudden, you've already showed the guy like, hey, I can win playing normal, I can win playing all in. It puts the opponent in a really awkward position. But Observatory coming down, Templar Archive is done, so DT's going to be coming out, and this robo timing was actually going to be, I think, at a perfect time for the DT.
Well, that is a little bit unfortunate, but this is not. I mean, I just don't feel like DT is like a crazy play here. Like, sure, it's maybe not going to get all of the utility that you want. It's not going to maybe deny the natural expansion for super long, but I mean, your DT still secures your home, because your first Observer needs to stay at home to make sure that there isn't a DT slipping in. So there's not going to be any aggression coming across the map for a little bit here, and you're still just kind of fine. You're a little bit behind on the Robotech, but it's not too bad. You can go High Templar instead for your initial AoE. Oh my god, and the DT gets in.
Yeah, it gets in, but look at that observer timing. So the DT is going to do almost no damage. And as I was seeing this unfold, I was thinking to myself, well, does NbA have the observer timing mapped out if he saw range and a single goon first? If he did, he probably should have kept that DT back for maybe like 15 or seconds or so and then sent it in. It went in, got absolutely no damage done. And this is a 3-gate follow-up, so this is a lot of goons, and NbA is going to have to scramble to get up multiple cannons just to survive here.
I'm a little surprised that the DT didn't go for any kind of pro kills. I know that maybe he wanted to get like the DT hidden away or try to get, you know, make sure that NbA loses track of it, or sorry, Tech loses track of the DT, but I felt like maybe 1 or 2 probes would have been significantly more impactful than just running the observer around for a little bit.
Ooh, he's going to go in 4 cannons versus, 7 goons and a Zealot. The first cannon falls. First Zealot from NbA is going to fall. There's only 2 goons left over, but I think the cannons are slightly too strong when comboed with the goons. There's a Templar here, but it doesn't have Storm available, at least not just yet.
Probe pull might have been a little much there, though. Kind of forcing a little bit of damage, but I guess the transfer is going to go right to the natural expansion anyways. So not too much damage dealt by the delay of the mining time there.
Ooh,
oh my
DT.
god.
It sneaks in. The observer did spot it though, and it is going to get into the probe line. There's no goons here, so it may rack up multiple kills. This is good damage from NbA. It looks like Tech kind of forgot about it. Zealot just hanging around. DT will beat a Zealot one-on-one, so NbA or Tech needs to be careful here and actually pay attention to this fight.
Yeah, this is so scary because there's so much going on the map right now as well, with all of the units on the other side of the map getting elevated in as well. There's going to be quite the strategy. It looks like just barely enough vision to see that the high ground is getting loaded up on.
Yeah, and it's only 1-gate production. Oh my gosh, he has two Templars and 1 Zealot. He has no units. You know, one way to kill cannons is to just avoid them altogether. That's 1 storm. That's a 2nd storm. That's all the storm he has available. He even stormed his own Templar, so they can't even morph into an Archon.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is a little unfortunate. And that's all the fighting units already gone. Tech just smashing this main base here, completely ignoring the large investment of cannons at the natural expansion.
Oh, I love the shuttle follow-up. It caught NbA completely off guard, and Tech knew, like, hey man, you can't afford all these all these cannons and also gateways and storm. So this was the perfect move, and he's on the brink of taking game 1. He's up 30 supply now. The DT play did not work out at all, and NbA is going to need to think about what he needs to do in game 2.
Man, that was unfortunate. Wouldn't have want to be that one Dragoon that came out of the gateway by himself into that gigantic cluster of Dragoons of the high ground there, but very, very well played by Tech already. Things looking really good, man.
Yeah, that was good timing on the Robo. You know, not a PvP expert. I thought that the DT would get there faster than it did, but perfectly mapped out. And that means we have Tech up 1-0 over NbA. And as I've stated, my experience versus NbA on the ladder, I don't remember him going Reaver. I remember it being a lot of gateways, a lot of probes. So we may not even see Reavers from him. And with both players being from South America, I'm sure both players know each other's style quite a bit. I wonder if there's going to be any type of mind game. Like, I know that you know that I play like this, so I'm going to go for a switch up, like something crazy.
I kind of want to see Tech just sweep this one. I'm not going to lie. I like the start already. I just want to root for him, you know. I see him in so many tournaments. He's playing so often. He's like one of those guys who's like always out playing in everything that he can. And I'd really like to see him make it pretty far in here, and he's off to a good start so far. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Tech has got the possibility of doing something silly like a proxy 2-gator or whatever. Let's look at what's the next map. It's going to be on Overwatch. I mean, Overwatch has got, you know, a significant number of bridges and things like that. Like, Zealots are not terrible when they get across the map and start doing a lot of damage, because they can choke up the bridge as well, be really annoying. I would like maybe a 2-gate strategy or something like that to come out.
Yeah, and with it being Overwatch, and we have seen in-base proxies recently, in PvT at least, on Monopoly and Eclipse, this could be a map where we may not just see 2-gate, but it could be an in-base 2-gate, or it could be 2-gate as
Yeah, like at the
somebody's
third
natural.
or something as well.
Yeah, that could also be the case. If I was tech here, I would wonder, why is this guy picking Overwatch? Because we have Butter in the map pool, which is another 2-player map. But I would say, sure, that NBA probably has more games played on Overwatch, but Butter's kind of more modern. Also, Sylphid is a great map. It's in the ladder pool. I would imagine you would probably prefer to play on Sylphid. So I feel like tech should start thinking, or alarm bells should start going off, okay, this guy must have something planned for you to pick a 2-player map on Overwatch. Well, we're getting a look at the bracket. We see Tech up 1-0. Remember, this is a best of 5. So NbA can definitely stage a comeback. We've got Dandy versus ZeTy on the bottom side of the winner's bracket. And then in the loser's bracket, surprise upset yesterday, NbA sending TerrOr down to face JDConan. And then meanwhile, we've got GoKu versus Jiren, which should be an exciting matchup. And I'm just now noticing that actually in the bottom side of the matchup, we have 2 Terran versus Zergs.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
It is going to be great.
I'm actually flabbergasted though that TerrOr got 2-0 like that. That's pretty insane. I mean, he's not a player to be not particularly weak in TVP anyways. You know what I mean? So it's just very like if he had like a weak matchup and he went against someone, you could maybe see that happening. But he's not a player to like kind of slouch out like that. Like, he's a very experienced tournament player. He's one of the absolute best Terrans in the foreign scene, so very strange to see him go down like that. Very, very, very strange. But looks like we're ready to go. We're gonna be heading on Overwatch, so let's go ahead and hop in. Alrighty, guys. Well, here we are in the top left-hand corner, spawning as the blue Protoss representing Team Naz. We have NbA.
Yep, and in the bottom right, our red Protoss up 1-0. It's Tech, and I did notice that his screen already has F-keyed the natural, so he may be intending to either proxy something down there or go for a quick scout down there and make sure he doesn't get proxied. Now, as far as Overwatch, do you like Overwatch? What do you think about Overwatch?
I have fun on Overwatch. I think there's a lot of, well, I guess not in a mirror matchup, but in a lot of the regular matchups, there's a lot of interesting map features, like the bridge to the natural being very short, or sorry, very narrow, can trip up a lot of people. So the third is very defensible. I like it overall, and I think it makes for fun, interesting matches. But for mirror matchups, especially PvP, I have really no idea how this is going to play out.
Yeah, I off-raced a little bit, and at the time, Overwatch was in the ladder map pool. And I think what NbA did last game, not necessarily DT opener, but the fast expand into cannons, I played a few games on Overwatch and faced similar openings. And if you try and go across that bridge, even with a low unit count to defend, it's hard to get across. Like, it's actually just hard to get across. So the opponent can buy a lot of time just simply sitting in an arc there with a low unit count. You know, fighting like 4-on-1 versus a goon, for example. Then the attacking player has to back off, go path around back to the other side. It buys you a lot of time. So I would like to see another fast expand. And look at this, NbA, knowing that it's Overwatch, he scouts his own main to make sure he's not getting proxied. And you can see Tech, he's aware that this is Overwatch, and he's probably thinking, yeah, why did you pick this? He scouts mid-right also, both players making sure they're not getting proxied.
Yeah, as you can even see, NbA really checking out everything. Checks his third as well before going across the map. So both players being very cautious here. But no one with any shenanigans on the mind. Looks like we have single gate expand for both of our players, or at least single gate openers, both of our players, before anything happens. So nothing too wild going on right now. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like they both were expecting the proxy, and no one was willing to go for it.
Exactly. And just like last game, we're seeing a fast Zealot opener from Tech. But for NbA, there's going to not be a Zealot being pumped out this time. So he is just going straight into his cybernetics, and that means that the probe is going to be a nuisance for a while, and something like a pylon block in the middle line could also be annoying. I'm checking that gas. Has anybody spent it? No, 100 got spent right there, but I think that is range. I don't think that was for weapon for a fake. And that is also range for tech, so it's going to be similar openings, but a slight unit advantage right now, just a single additional zealot for tech, and meanwhile we've got a second gate going down now for NbA.
Looks like Tech's still not committing to any additional gateways. I'm wondering if he's going to go just like one gate robo for a nice fast nexus and a fast tech, as opposed to getting his gateway count up.
Yeah, I would imagine that the robo's going to be coming down any moment now. He's got the gas for it, just waiting for the minerals, but NbA, he's looking to put at least a little bit of pressure on with his faster second gate. Zealot just holding that bridge, making sure nothing gets by. Tech has the gas and the resources now. It did just get spent, so that should be a robo at his ramp. Very, very normal opener. Meanwhile, I just keep looking at those resources from NbA. He's got the gas for a robo himself, but he hasn't used it just yet.
Oh, there we go. Tech's robo is down.
Yep. Yeah, it's halfway.
Let's see. What about NbA?
Oh, he's getting.
He's positioning to take his natural right away. So maybe he's just going to take his robo after his natural?
Could be. I actually thought he was going to put down the robo right now, but that's another pylons, and that means that he must be intending to build additional non-stop goons. Tech, meanwhile, he has put down 2 more gateways, so it's the fast robo with double gate follow-up. I like this. He's going to be able to catch up in goon count and punish anything that's kind of middle of the road, like a 2 gate if he goes into straight nexus after this. Is that the robo finally? I think it is for NbA. It finally gets plopped down, but look at the robo timing in comparison to Tech's. Tech's is already done.
Yeah, Tech is going to be able to get the shuttle out and kind of come across the map and contest the natural expansion if NbA ever wants to shove one down. We do have goons coming down here from the south, though, the quote-unquote correct attack path. And one Dragoon steps really far forward. That's going to be a whole lot of early damage.
Ooh, well, it's 4 versus 3, and Tech needs to be careful. He's going to lose his first goon. He trades for 1 goon himself, however, loses a second goon. He's retreating to the high ground, so there is going to be miss shot potential like that right there. He does not kill that goon just yet, but there's that Steph Curry shot and knocks that one down.
Man, that is always such a hair-raising situation to be in. But with the 3 gateways on the high ground that Tech has now, should be able to outproduce the reinforcements coming across the map, and eventually get down his ramp and deal with this. It's so funny though, watching a Zealot try to chase Dracoons around and just not being any help at all.
Yeah, those 4 goons did not care about that single Zealot at all and just pounced on the 3 goons. I think NbA almost overstayed his welcome there. You saw the goon bug out on that cliff next to the ramp, almost bugged out on the ramp, and that could have been disaster and would have lost an additional goon. However, it does stay alive, and now he is just going to sit there in that arc, and supplies have basically evened out. The first observer is out, and this is what I'm talking about. You cannot attack through this bridge. Okay, he does take minimal amounts of damage there, so not bad.
Some Zealot shields. It's hard to even call that damage.
Yeah, they're just so tanky. Meanwhile, he's going to loop around. It's 7 goons versus 5 plus a Zealot. NbA can definitely win this fight. We're going to have a re-engage, and I think NbA is just going to commit to this. He knows that it's 7 versus 7, and he's gotten off a few pot shots. He tries to micro that goon at the top. Good micro on that middle goon, though. He's going to catch that one very low. It's now 4 versus 6, soon to be 3 versus 5. 4 versus 5, now 4 versus 3. Good control from both players, but NbA with the flanking goon.
This goon just shows up late to the party like, what's up, guys? Did I miss anything?
But all of these goons are now super weak, and it's 5 versus soon to be 3. Oh my god, the shuttle gets shown. Almost gets blown up by those goons if they had focus fired it. But this is good control from NbA now. He's got a shuttle himself. So despite having the robo so late, he's now evened up the tech while also... Oh, actually, he's ahead in tech. I know his support base already done, and he has a Dragoon lead.
Yeah, Tech's support bait took a really long time to come up, actually. Like, I wasn't surprised that the Observer came out, but then the support page just kind of didn't come down at all for quite a long time. So now, oh my god, leading with 2 extremely bruised Dragoons as well. Those guys are going to be almost one shot here. Tech really needs to focus down on his micro, because there have been some pretty big micro mistakes with Dragoon joining the fight and just kind of dancing around in the back line out of range. They're not easy units to control at all, but this is really going to, you know, be the big difference in whether or not he's able to kind of come back into this game.
Yeah, so gonna have to be very diligent on his positioning of the goons since a couple of them are weak. I think the unit count is pretty much even at this point, though. Maybe like 9 goons versus 9 goons. Shuttle and Reaver moving across for NbA, but I imagine the Reaver will pop out in the nick of time for Tech. For me, it's all going to come down to whether somebody's not paying attention when they A move in just a second, because it's inevitable. I think both players are about to A move somewhere. Oh my god! Oh, the shuttle turns around in the nick of time. Good Reaver. Oh my gosh!
Scare shots on both sides. Oh, wow.
Oh my god! I thought for sure that NbA was going to win that fight, but then a huge shot from the Reaver of Tech, and he kills the shuttle and the Reaver, and he saved his own Reaver. However, it's now 5 goons versus 3 goons and just 1 Reaver. However, that Reaver has full health. Great control so far. The shuttle has full health too, and this was an amazing hold from Tech.
Oh my gosh. Well, he certainly brought it out there. The micro from the shuttle was spectacular. I mean, he got wonderful hits with the first and second scarabs, just did insane damage, and then proceeded to snipe off that shuttle.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And NbA, even though he lost his Reaver and shuttle, somehow he's up 8 supply, and people have talked about it in previous casts. NbA, he is probe man. So the difference in supply right now is most likely in probes. He's got his Nexus at his NAT up already. He probably has 4 or 5 additional probes, so that's going to be a big eco lead going into the mid game. So Tech needs to do something about it. However, like I said, it's extremely difficult to attack across that bridge. So he's got to go around to the right side, wait for his Reaver. The Observer is shadowing this movement, so he knows exactly what's going on. And by the time he gets into position, I think NbA is going to have his shuttle and Reaver already ready.
Now, the nice thing about being on the opposite side of the map, though, is you do get to control that high ground a little bit. And coming across the ramp is kind of like again, kind of a weird option, especially without vision on the other side. But, I mean, I definitely feel like at this point, Tech is on the back foot and needs to make something happen. We have this probe in the top right-hand corner. I'm not sure what he's hanging out there for.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to try and hide a base. No, it's going to be a pylon block.
Okay.
I think that's okay. I actually would have liked to see a pylon at mid-right as opposed to the top right, because it would often intercept Reaver drop. I don't think Reaver drop's going to be intercepted at top right that often, but either way, he does get a little bit of vision on the map. We do see 4 gateways for NbA. I don't see any additional gateways for Tech just yet, but Tech's posturing for an attack, and he's got a bigger army right now. There's goons in the main of NbA because he's fearing a drop, but that's not the case. Reavers are at the front.
All right. Reavers pop out now, starting to shell away at that distracting pylon that you'll always see.
3 Reavers for NbA, so he's going to have a lot of AoE, but very hard to control 3 Reavers. Easily could lose 1. That pylon is going to die. A 20 supply lead for NbA right now.
I think it's so funny that a pylon is like one of the strongest defensive options in this matchup. It just slows everything down.
Yeah, it's true, and if you're not paying attention, your goons can waste a ton of shots trying to kill a single pylon in a crucial engagement. Reaver. Oh, he connects onto one of the Reavers. That's going to be a damaged Reaver now. Oh, goons are bleeding off. This is such an awkward moment.
And he's ranging out NbA's stuff so effectively right now.
That goon was a traitor right there. Takes a scarab shot, but then runs right back into his own Reaver. Oh, both players need to be careful. That could be a dead Reaver right now. That could be a dead shuttle. He loses the Reaver, but this is so many units from NbA Tech. He wasn't reinforcing at all. He's going to lose his whole army here. It all comes down to how well can he trade with what he has. The answer is probably as best as he can, but he loses everything.
Wow, luckily this bridge really actually covering his retreat here, saving like 2 bruised up goons, but that was a lot of stuff to lose. We have a shuttle though coming into the main base. It looks like, is that an observer?
I think it's an. Oh, it is a
Reaver.
Oh, good connection. Gets 6 kills. Amazing. And Tech really needs something like this because. Okay, he's killed 8, but this is a huge counterattack. And Tech spent money on 2 shuttles now. He also has the speed upgrade, which is obviously not units, and he just had a 4 engagement.
Reaver here at home?
I don't think there is a Reaver, and he's also mining gas. So NbA has much better eco right now. He's got way more units. He's got 7 gate with Citadel, so he can start flooding Zealots. But Tech, I mean, maybe he's just got enough stuff to hold here. I mean, this is so many goons.
Oh my gosh. High ground Reaver without a shuttle just popping out now. Shuttle speeding its way home. So he'll have 2 Reavers for this engagement.
Yeah, but he needs to...
take the hit so quickly!
The Reaver's just moving forward, takes a big shot, and it's going to fall. The shuttle fell for NbA, but the 2 Reavers are still alive. More goons rallying across the map. Good control from Tech, but it still dies. And there's just too many goons left over, 2 Reavers left over. And NbA, he should be pushing to victory.
Wow, Tech just getting completely overwhelmed in this game. That was super impressive by NbA.
Yeah, that engagement that NbA had right outside of his net with Tech not reinforcing, that was all he needed to turn that into a victory. There were so many losses for Tech, and he just couldn't get out. He couldn't save enough stuff, and you could see that even though he got the probe kills in the main, all the units his Reavers were out of position, and he really needed that single Reaver in the fight.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting too, because it looked like originally for Tech, things were going pretty good. He was doing pretty good work with his 2 Reavers in the shuttle outside of the natural expansion, you know, controlling it really well, just getting kind of pot shots, got a free goon, got a good amount of shielding and HP damage done and everything like that. But as you said, he never reinforced, so the reinforcements coming from the main of the natural expansion just ended up piling up, and he had an overwhelming army advantage there. It was kind of interesting that Tech decided to stay, honestly.
Yeah, he may have thought that it was more choked up than it was, and not that many goons would have been able to get out and snipe the Reaver and shuttle that quickly, but he underestimated how many goons could actually get in range of the Reavers, and unfortunately a mistake like that versus the caliber of player of NbA, you're going to get punished, and he did. And now NbA has tied up the series 1-1. However, now it's going to be Tech's pick, and I don't think we're going to see a 2-player map. I think we're going to go back into normal maps. I think we're going to either see Sylphid or something like Vermeer. That's a 4-player map. But it could be 2-player, because with 2-player at least you're going to scout each other first and you get an instant read.
Well, I mean, I'm very impressed. This is maybe the first time I've ever seen NbA play, but man, his macro was crazy. He did a spectacular job continuing to probe and get those worker numbers up, and he really just outproduced Tech after quite a while there. I'm kind of interested in seeing what Tech's game plan is going forward, because it's clear that he's not going to be able to keep up in the macro game. I mean, like, he certainly had a decent build order, timing, everything like that. Everything looked to be fine in the early game, and we didn't have any kind of like really crazy distractions or any shenanigans that would have really disrupted his game plan. So it just looked pretty clear to me that NbA's macro is something that he's going to have to really worry about going into these next games.
Yeah, his macro is strong. I had the same realization when I was playing them on the ladder. So okay, this guy can actually macro pretty darn good. And we are just waiting for the map pick. Okay, Gladiator. It is going to
Nice.
be a 4-player map, and this could be a 2-gate map because of the inverted ramp. So let's see if that's the case, getting into Game 3 between NbA and Tech.
Alrighty, guys. Well, welcome to Gladiator, and in the bottom left, spawning as the red Protoss, we have Tech.
And in the top right, our blue Protoss, it is NbA. And I was happy to see that both players went Revert last game. And the reason I say that is my experience versus Tech and PvT, a lot of gateway units. Gateway man, for sure. NbA, same thing, gateway man. And sometimes when you're a gateway man player, it's the same thing in PvP. I remember Quark talking about how he never plays Reaver. So I was hoping that NbA was not just a pure gateway man in PvP, so I am happy to see that we did get some Reaver and mixing it up in Game 1 too. And we do not have anything crazy on Gladiator. It is again going to be just an in-base pylon and probably just one gate tech again.
Speaking to that, though, I feel like Reaver is like the essential unit in PvP, right? Like when it boils down to it, you really eventually have to develop some sort of Reaver control, because in the long term, it's so effective. Like I feel like that Storms provide somewhat of a stopgap when it comes to going for mostly gateway strategies, but you really have to have Reavers eventually, and it's just it's kind of something every Protoss has to learn how to do. I remember when I was playing in CPL, Dragon was coaching this guy, and he refused to use Reavers because he just hated them. And I mean, even players like G5 I know also really hate using them, but they're just so strong.
Yeah, PvP, you have to. At some level, if you don't use Reavers, I'm just going to be honest here, you just can't win. Yes, you will take a game here and there, maybe versus the player, or maybe versus a player that doesn't know that you can't play Reavers, but at some point, you got to learn how to play it. And speaking of unorthodox builds, we've got a 12 Nexus from NbA. This is very uncommon in PvP. It's surprisingly strong though. I think I faced it a couple times, and when it was cross spawn, I ended up trying to attack, and it had that pesky pylon in the front, and a guy that transitioned into a 2-gate follow-up ended up holding my 2-gate attack off of one base. I was so confused at what was going on, but you can hold this.
Well, there we go. We have the 2-gate follow-up, like you said. And I mean, I'm not all that surprised. Probe man making probes, dude. And when you're gonna play a 4-player map, this would be the time to try it. It is interesting though that we're on Gladiator of all maps, and that's gonna be the one that you try to go for your 12 next. So we're gonna have to see how this goes. I mean, we only have a single gateway right now, and it looks like there wasn't a Zealot being created, so no pressure coming across for quite a while. Oh no, Zealot did get made. Okay, I missed it. Must have missed it. But even then, like, how much pressure can you really put on?
Well, not much, because the 2 gates are about to complete, and as I stated, a single pylon really ruined me when I faced a 12 Nexus like this. I think if you 12 Nexus, you must build your second pylon at the Nexus, not just because you can get a battery, but also because it messes up the AI. If he did not have a pylon at the Nat, I hate the build. Simply just having that single pylon really does save the game for you if there is like an all-in attack from Tech. Now, this Forge, he's gonna hold his Nat now. However, if Tech was to scout this and go for like a proxy robo, you just insta-win the game. You just insta-win the game.
I think there's a pylon gonna come down here in just a minute. I think he might proxy his Tech.
Well, he's built a Nexus, so if he proxies a robo and goes Nexus, he's a madman. I can't imagine it busting through with 400 minerals going into a Nexus.
Okay, that probe's leaving. I guess it was just there to rescout.
Yeah, when he comes in here and sees this cannon, he's going to be upset that he put down a Nexus, because if he had gone robo, the game's over. There's no way to counter it. There's too many resources put into the Nexus and the cannon. You're just simply never going to be able to hold it. Now, the Citadel follow-up is interesting because he just scouted the cannon. I was actually expecting him to cancel it, but he's going to continue on and not cancel that.
I mean, I guess I just don't really know the plan here. Maybe he's looking to do a drop. Because, I mean, if the NBA is relying on cannons, and he's going to need to put one in his main, but he might not have the foresight to do that. And in that case, your DT is going to be free.
Your DT drop is surprisingly strong in PvP because, as you said, people a lot of the time forget to build a cannon there. They think to themselves, I've got a cannon at my nap, got a lot of defense there, I'm fine.
I feel like if you're NbA, though, I feel like I just feel like he's going to do it. I don't know why. I certainly feel like there's going to be a cannon in that main mineral line in a minute here.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's going to build a cannon also. I don't think somebody like NbA is going to make that mistake. Also, you have to think about, well, he's had his 12 Nexus up way longer, right? He can afford to build an additional cannon in his main. There's no reason to be that greedy where you don't build one. But you never know. He may just go into like a flood of gateways and try and go for like some type of counterplay. I don't think NbA is really scouted at all. In fact, I think this probe coming in right now might be the first time he's going to get vision of what's going on.
Not going to see too much.
Yeah, he confirms a pylon, but doesn't necessarily confirm that there's a Nexus there.
Can you imagine NbA just seeing, the pylon? I know exactly what's going on now. Just not very helpful as far as scouting information goes. I mean, he can't even be sure that is the entirety of the army.
Yeah, that's true. He's moving across the map, trying to put on some pressure. He did see that it was only 3 goons and a single zealot. And NbA has more units right now. Shuttle pops out. I mean, the goons may catch the shuttle as it flies across the map because it should go to the north direction, and that's where it's going.
Oh my
Why
God.
is NbA here is the question that Tech's going to say. Why are you here, dude? And he's going to not kill the shuttle, actually.
Wow. That is a stroke of luck. There wasn't even a particularly speedy turnaround on that shuttle, right? Like, that was kind of impressive how botched that was. I feel like if NbA was just watching for just a second there, he could have stepped forward and sniped the shuttle.
That definitely could have been the case, but not going to happen this time around. And this is a cute move because Tech's aware that, hey, you're probably trying to intercept this shuttle right now. I'm just going to go straight through the middle with my goon escort. Yeah, and DTs are going to get in. But we saw that there are 2 cannons in his main. However, he can shut down these gateways being built. Yeah. The observatory did just finish, though, so observers should be coming out pretty soon.
DTs kill things pretty quick, though.
Oh, I'm aware that they kill things pretty fast. He wanted to elevator. Why was there a goon in there, and why did he turn around with that shuttle if he was going to elevator?
I have no idea. I don't think 150 gas is really worth a Dragoon, 2 Dark Templars, and a shuttle, though. Or sorry, 150 mineral gateways.
Well, these 2 DTs do kill one of the gates. He may even get a second gateway. He's... look at the supply. He's down 15 supply. So NbA has done a really good job to ramp up his production and supply quite well. A DT sitting at the 3rd base to deny that. Only 3 gates now. Where is this observer, man? The observatory's been done for a while. I've been waiting for so long for it to pop out. This 3rd gate may even go down.
Okay. It finally comes out here, so we'll shut down these DTs. But I mean, hey, that's a good amount. Like, way more damage than I expected to happen there. Gateway's being reproduced now above the Nexus.
Yeah, and now actually Tech has gateway lead with his 5, soon to be 6. It's also a little thing here is that because the DTs were in the base for so long, NbA felt obligated to build gateways at the top side of his base. So when he goes to macro, he's going to have to scroll multiple screens to macro all of them. It's a tiny thing, but it does affect you, and you can easily miss macro later on. We'll see if it actually comes into play. DT gets cleared out, so that's going to be an open 3rd base, and actually NbA is just going to take his mineral only. Now, I like how Tech has actually gone double forge. So he's going to match the +1 weapon, but he's also going to have a faster +1 armor. So he's going to kind of nullify that +1 weapon upgrade of NbA. And we see him, he's all-inning here. Well, not necessarily all-in because he's got another Nexus, but it's going to be 8 gate versus 6 gate and a third base from NbA. So even though NbA's up in supply now, we could easily see Tech overtake him. And that's a lot of Templars. That's going to be a lot of AoE.
That's a very, well, okay. Or they're going to just kind of give each other a big hug, turn into Archons. Of course, these two are just kind of dancing right now, doing a nice little waltz here at the ramp. But hey, you know what? Templars are good units too, okay?
Yeah. Well, here
it's actually kind of interesting, the addition of the Archon, without seeing too many Zealots on the field.
Well, they soak up a lot of hits while also shredding Zealots, so I think it's a fantastic unit to mix in, whether it's 1 or 2. It looks like he gave up on the second one morphing, but 1 is still fine. We see 1 Templar out for NbA, so he's going to have Storm himself. But Tech has multiple Storms. He has 3. Now, something to pay attention to here is NbA may see this Zealot and may see that already has speed, and that may alert him that an incoming attack could be possible. And you can see that he is aware now, moving all of his units into the high ground and into position.
Well, I think he'll be pretty thankful that he took this mineral only as opposed to one of the gas bases, which would be significantly more difficult to defend, I think, at this point.
Yeah, but NbA does need to be careful. This happens to me sometimes in TVT. It's like, oh, nothing's happening. I've got control. I'm going to put down another Nexus. And actually, he would be putting down 2 Nexuses before Tech has even put down his third. He's even putting up additional cannons. So all this money going into resources that does not help him in a single fight. And Tech is about to hit right when his +1/+1 kicks in. So this could be a really slick timing, especially if he can land a juicy Storm on top of that ball.
Yeah, the large number of Zealots in Tech's army is going to make the really low number of Storms.
Oh, Storm!
He's going to really regret having not too many Storms. But man, the Storms on this big Dragoon ball on the bottom portion of the army is insane. But yeah, even still, NbA has so many units left over. The Zealots really not getting taken care of, and now they're going to collapse onto the Dragoons.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what happened to Tech's Zealots, but they disappeared instantly, and now, even though the Storms were fantastic, NbA has held his base easily. He continues to be up 20 supply. This 1/1 timing that you can see Tech just hit with his armor and weapon did not work out for him. Now he's going to try and transition into a third base, but that's already been up and running for NbA. He's even potentially going to double expand to bottom middle, but after a big win like that, NbA may feel confident to attack himself.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you just shut down an expansion attempt here by Tech at this point, because he's going to starve out eventually on 2 base. So if you shut down the third, it's going to be a pretty huge problem that he has to contend with. But looks like we're maybe just securing in bottom right instead, and he's, you know, kind of playing to his propensity for large macro games.
We see that the Double Forge is also spinning for NbA, and I think his 2/1 is going to be kicking in momentarily. So it's going to be NbA with the upgrade lead in just a second. He's going to see the bad news that the 4th base is already almost done for NbA. And that means he's going to have to either do something or take a 4th base himself. We see the transfer going to mid left right now. It's still a 40 supply lead. NbA doing such a good job on the macro.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Tech now trying to secure another base here at the south of the map, but I just don't know. Like, is this really the plan? Like, NbA has clearly shown a immense ability to macro out a gigantic Protoss army. Like, even when you're going for like a timing attack against the third, he still is able to outmatch your ability to produce army. So I'm a little concerned that Tech's game plan's really not working out for him. I just don't know what he can do at this point.
Yeah, I feel like this game is donezo. It's in the bag, and the reason I say that is look at that probe count at the third, at the nat, at the main. He has so many, but if you look at Tech's main, it's actually not that many right now. Yeah, okay, actually it's more than I thought. But once he transfers to the 4th base, I don't think he's going to have as big of an econ as NbA. However, he is doing a good job now to rebuild that probe count. What I was thinking was if NbA continues to sit, and if we have a big attack at max, Tech may win that fight simply because he has less probes,
Big
but
upgrade
maybe
advantage.
yeah, but maybe not the case now that he's starting to rebuild or starting to build up that probe count and kind of match NBA's probe count.
Even still, though, we're approaching that point where, like, he's not going to be afforded that amount of time, right? Like, Tech is only at 150-ish supply. We're basically maxed out for NBA now. There's no way that NBA is just going to sit at home for forever and just farm like he's playing a single player, you know, like Harvest Moon or something, man. He's going to move out with his gigantic maxed out army, and there's going to be a 30 supply difference or so by the time that the army gets across the map.
Yeah, he's getting ready to attack. He's at max right now. We saw Stargate going down for him, so that's going to be Arbiter Tribunal coming in pretty soon. Even a third forge, so all the upgrades, and that's a good storm drop shutting down the third base. He is going to lose like 3 Templars, which is obviously expensive, but definitely a worthwhile trade there. And DT man gets shut down at mid-right, so 5th base going up for NbA, and this is the type of game I was hoping to get on Gladiator. We've got 5 bases versus 4 bases, big macro play from both players in a PvP, but it's still a 30 supply lead for NbA, and he still has that shuttle sharking around waiting to go in for round 2.
Are you not surprised at all, though, that NBA has come across the map yet? He's like
surprised.
legitimately actually maxed out.
Yeah, I think he should have attacked a little bit earlier, or attacked while that shuttle went in to harass, because you know all the attention was down there. Like right now, attacking while this is happening, this is great, because all the units are going to come back. He kills a ton of probes, and the shuttle gets out.
I'm actually, wow. Any later on that timing, and there would have been a cannon there.
Yeah, and 2-2 is done for NbA. Meanwhile, still +1 for Tech. Focus fire onto the shuttle is fantastic. He's only able to get, what, 1 probe right there with that storm drop?
Yeah, that was a little wild.
Yeah.
Because the one that was left on the gas.
Well,
I mean, I just feel like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Tech is at a significant disadvantage at this point here for this gigantic, you know, attack coming in. But look at the supplies. There was a time where he was like 40 supply behind. And now, you know, Tech has had a significant amount of time to continue to produce units. Look at these storms. These initial distraction zealot plus the storms is really nice.
Yep, but okay, it's high ground advantage for Tech right now, but that's just so many zealots from NbA. However, they are eating huge storms, and with Archons in the back to get a couple more shots off, all of the zealots are going to fall for both sides. Look at that, supply from NbA has also plummeted, but somehow NbA's zealots managed to plow through. There's nothing really left for Tech right now. However, somehow Tech holds with a round of goons.
Where did this army come from? Dang! I can't believe this went as well as it did for Tech. Look at all of a sudden supplies are even again. Now, of course, Tech doesn't have the 3,000, 2,000 bank that NbA has, but certainly this is a really great step in the right direction.
Yeah, but I am a little worried that the 5th base is going to be up and running for NbA, and he's got a ton of probes, but at the same time, he had so many probes still left over in his net. He has so many probes still left over in his main. That may be an excessive amount of probes, actually. We don't know how many he actually has, but if it's like 80, and if Tech has, for example, maybe 55 or 60, he's going to have a 20 army lead right now. And any fight there is out in the center of the map, unless storms blanket everything, Tech should win convincingly. Well, I can tell you my favorite unit in PvP is getting built right now. It's the Arbiter, and the reason I say that is even though it's very uncommon, what you can do with the Arbiter is you can stasis the Observer. If you ever see a blur, stasis that sucker, and all of a sudden, Protoss cannot see you at all, and they have to run. There's no scans for Protoss, Doc Holly. Did you know that? There's no scans.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Why don't they build the comm set off the Nexus?
They should.
I know.
This is not StarCraft 2 though. There's no insane gimmicks.
Super recall.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This is hilarious. Both players expanding to top left.
This Dark Templar having to put in work, man.
He needs to get a raise. He denies a critical sixth base from NbA and also manages to save a sixth base for Tech. Actually, Tech has more bases right now. You see this?
Yeah, but it's just now. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's been so long. And the real point that you made though, that kind of made me think was like, man, I think he has like 80 or 90 probes. Like, he was on like 4 or 5 bases. They were all oversaturated.
Yeah, it's true. And actually, sending this counterattack could trigger a counterattack from Tech himself. If I was Tech here, I would think about making a move because you actually have to commit a lot to take down 5 cannons. So this is something like 20 supply at top left, not in your main army. But no movement at all from Tech now, just now consolidating his army. I mean, you have to remember, he also spotted the Arbiter, so he may be worried about a recall, so he doesn't want to be caught out of position. I would love to see Tech mix in a Dark Archon. Go for feedback or mind control.
I just love Dark Archons in general.
Even as a Zerg player, you love it?
I think, yeah, I do. Like, I'm a huge fan of like the underused, very powerful units like Dark Archon. I think Dark Archon's getting a lot more love at like recently. But I mean, even a Maelstrom would be kind of sick to have, and just lock down that gigantic. You know, like at the start of the fights where all the zealots are really clumped up, trying to like spread out over the goons. I mean, that's huge. Any of that stuff is super good.
Well, we've got both players kind of posturing in the center of the map, going back and forth. Tech is going to get his 6th base up at bottom right. Meanwhile, NbA getting his 6th base up at top left. That Arbiter sitting over the high ground. What are you doing? That's a decent stasis, but...
That's actually a huge stasis. But, yeah, that's not when you want it, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, actually, that did get a lot of supplies, like 16 supplies, so maybe that is what he wanted. But here comes a second Arbiter, like I said, and if he can pick off both observers, there's going to be nothing that Tech can do about it. That's a good storm, but he gets another good stasis onto a couple goons and a single Templar. Look at how many units it just seems NbA has in comparison.
The storm on Tech's army was hitting like 25 supply all at once.
Yeah, but Tech, he's up in supply somehow, despite having half of his units not usable in the fight. He's somehow even in supply. A single DT is bursting down these goons. Those units at the top side become unfrozen. Archons have a lot of health. Goons have a decent amount of health. They're all going to end up dying, but the DT is doing real work.
Dude, if this DT is the same DT that stopped the expansion up in the top left, this guy is not getting paid enough, no matter how much it is. Look at this. He's still just killing Dragoons.
I know, man. And this base is going to be saved, I think, with the reinforcements from Tech. It has 9 kills. And those are not 9 probe kills. Those are expensive goon kills. That's like over 1,000 resources right there.
Ridiculous. In the meantime, too, bottom right is like super mega secure. And then all of a sudden, Tech is looking... Oh, this could be huge, though. Oh, but what a quick reaction, though. Still really great storms. Carpet what you can get. Oh, my God.
That was really good from Tech right there to not just save his army, but also get rid of all of the Templars. He does lose both of the Templars himself, but again, supply... And somehow... Oh, I thought actually top left died, but there is no base at the top left main. It's just at the natural for NbA. NbA is going to continue to push. I think this is an overextension. He may lose his whole army. However, everything is choked up, and it's another
big storm.
Big storm.
These reinforcement zealots should be able to finish this, though, right? Finish this. Oh no! I mean, I guess there are reinforcements coming up for NbA as well across the map here.
Yeah, both players really slugging it out right here. Constant attacks. The goons are going to fizzle out for NbA. More zealots moving across the map. We've got a nexus in the center of the map, actually. NbA is feeling confident in his position. More blue streaming across the map. It's a 30 supply lead again for NbA. Starting to run away with it. Tech does not have the massive econ that NbA has right now. It seems like he's kind of fizzling out.
And the difference with the storms here have been huge. With this attack, especially.
Well, those are 2 great storms from NbA. He softens up a lot of the zealots, and NbA's not going to trade favorably this time around, the Templar almost has energy for another storm, maybe 15 more seconds, and he'll be able to put another one down. NbA, you need to back off, man. You gotta remember, this guy has reinforcement advantage.
The tide did turn, though.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, is that Tech still doesn't know that there's a base in the middle there, right? So once this outpost gets set up with like a bunch of cannons and everything like that, that's going to be a really strong position to launch attacks from for basically the rest of the game.
Yeah, that is true. I like how he has 4 Zealots unloaded at top left. He needs to remember to use them, though. He does not want this Nexus to get easily set up with cannons. Another Arbiter is done. We do have supply lead for Tech, just slightly. It's just 2. Oop, another shuttle harassment to bottom right this time around. And not going to find any probes down there. Oh, it's a Reaver! Gotta be careful. That Templar wants to blanket that Reaver, and he does get off some good damage. There's absolutely nothing to stop these Reavers, though. It's a full wall from the gates. And there's no goons or anything to actually knock down the Reavers, so this could be a dead Nexus.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. At least there weren't like a ton of probes here to get targeted down really quick. Wow.
Ooh, he kills one of the Reavers.
Tech just showing the anti-drop Templar tech like all game long.
Well, I am getting a little worried for Tech because he's still... I mean, he has 6 bases, but he's let the top left get set up. Mid is obviously already set up. Tech, it seems like he's on the back foot the majority of the game. Like, he's just never in command of the center of the map or on any side of or any of NbA's side of the map. It's always NbA on Tech's side of the map. So, oh, actually the Zealots got through these 2 cannons.
Yeah. I think the crazy thing, though, is going to be, like, now we're in the point where, like, basically every base on the map is taken, right? So it's going to be, like, this, like, back and forth on who can shut down, what expansions when. And I was going to say, just now, the recall is going to be a huge tool at this point.
Yep, and it is going to be a recall. There is an Arbiter out for Tech, though. If he can stasis some of these units and also cloak his own units, there's going to be no answer for NbA because he doesn't have an observer at all here. NbA is going to focus down that Stargate. I think that's a great pick-off if he can get it. Arbiter is going to survive, though, at least for now.
Yeah, but the Arbiter tech is going to take quite a while to set up again.
Yeah, but at least he still had... Nope, he did just lose that Arbiter, and I think that was a huge pick-off for NbA. Oh, Reaver is still wreaking havoc on the right side.
He has like 1 HP, too.
Man, this recall, it's looking like a recall versus Terran. It's still alive, still dealing damage. The 4 Zealots, the mini recall at top left, has killed a ton of buildings, so I guess damage is kind of evened up, sort of. Both players have a similar bank. Look at it, 1.8k, almost 2k gas.
Yeah, it's a little crazy, actually. I'm really impressed with how Tech has been able to stay in this one, despite, like, it multiple times looking like the game was over.
Yeah, and NbA doing NbA things. If you notice, when he was transferring those probes, he queued up more probes. And more probes in the middle of the map. I don't think you need any more probes, man. You need to just focus on production, but maybe he feels like he's lacking the probes at the moment. But somehow Tech stabilized bottom right, so he's still got 6 bases. He does need to take his mineral only, though, because that's already been mined out from NbA.
That is exactly what I was going to say, actually. It's a little funny that he's neglecting the mineral onlys completely. What is this? Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, that hit like 10 Zealots right there. He comboed it with a Storm, which of course did no damage. Storm's all over the place, but there's just too much Protoss for Tech to handle. The Arbiters cloaking all the units. The stasis was fantastic, and it seems like Tech has just barely run out of storms. You can see his supply is still okay relative to NbA. The problem is that 20 of it's just locked up in those blue shields.
At least 20. That's like 30 supply. At least, dude, this is ridiculous. Look at the number of units. There's even 2 of NbA's own Zealots in there.
Yeah, that was a a huge stasis, and with 3 Archons just sitting and waiting, they're going to get blown up instantly. He's going to try and evacuate them. Wow, they didn't get blown up instantly. Those Zealots, man, they are so tanky. We've got Stargate at bottom right, so Tech, he is going to go into Arbiter play again. Needs to remember that he put that Stargate there. It's hard to remember when you have Tech placed all over the place. He may end up forgetting to actually build an Arbiter. Oh, another recall coming in. There's not a lot of defense. That's a good storm, and it does hit a lot of the units as it comes out of the recall. Another good secondary.
Are great.
Yeah, but so many Archons got recalled.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, and like I said, at the natural here, there's double gateway. So Tech cannot just, come back in defense. So he has to counterattack. And hello, what's this? You've got a center base? He's probably shocked to see this. No storms from NbA though, so maybe Tech can find a kill. That's a lot of units at the top side of the map.
Is Tech paying attention though? We have storms on top of cannons, thinking.
Yeah, JD think right there. Goon's going to... Oh, man, huge storm from NbA. Blankets a lot of the Goons, but Tech lost bottom right. That is 100% dead base. And thinking at what he has right now, he's got bottom middle still running. He's got the Nat at bottom right still running, but basically just 2 base mining for him. You can see mid left is mined out. There's still no mineral only for him. So he's really, really starving for income right now. I realize he's got a bank of 1.6k right now, but that's going to be gone
Dark
quickly.
Templars, though.
That's another hero
kill
DC.
This whole thing.
Yeah, there's no observer. Oh, we've got another big attack from Tech. He's going to go to the top left, and
there's like nothing there. I mean, the cannons are significant, right? There's a lot of cannons there, but the army should be able to crush through this. I feel like you just got to get some Dark Swarm real quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Dark Swarm indeed. If Protoss had Dark Swarm and Stasis and Recall and Maelstrom and Storm, I don't even know, man. Like, that would just be absurd. We're going to have another engagement at the top side, but honestly, Tech's army looks better than NbA's. He's got a lot of AoE, but if he sits clumped up like that,
wow,
a big Stasis could eliminate a lot of the units. A Reaver dies, and that DT is still doing work.
He's just chasing him, man. I hear the Benny Hill music playing. Oh my gosh, nice stasis, but oh my god, the storms though.
Yeah, storms are fantastic, and NbA is going to have to turn around. However, Tech did storm almost all of his observers. Look at this. He's trying to expand to that mineral only, man. This game is wild. He's going to get his mineral only up and running at his natural or at his third base. Reaver coming in here, and he's going to deny this base. And what does NbA have for income? He's got mid-right and just the natural himself. So
and his army's not looking super hot either, dude. It's just a bunch of gateway units. Didn't see too many storms in there.
Well, it still
Dark
looks
Templar
mixed.
now, though.
Yeah, finally some DTs mixed in himself. He saw all the damage the Tech was doing with the DT and thought, well, maybe I should mix some of these in myself. Templar needs
full energy.
Yeah, it has full energy. Doesn't get off a single storm just yet. But look at the AI. The Zealots and the Goons are attacking the Nexus.
Wow, ridiculous. Tech taking an amazing fight here. What just happened?
He wins the fight. He's gonna win this fight. The Reavers are still denying top left. Oh my god, he eats a huge storm. But luckily for him, only breaches the shields really of Tech, so he should be able to regen them. Reavers getting mixed in with the army. Both players have almost even supply. Again, the problem is Tech or NbA has a 2k bank right now. That Templar just refuses to get any damage done. He's just sitting there.
Hanging out, dude. He's a pacifist. It's like bottom right. They came to a peace agreement as well in the bottom right there. That Dark Templar is no longer fighting.
Ooh, good storm. He needs one more to get rid of those Reavers. Tech notices he is going to save it, but Tech, I guess he had a small engagement right there. He takes the high ground, and any moment now, that base at top left could be breached. Look at all these probes that are idle. They can't be transferred either, so right now, it's 3 base mining for Tech, or 2.5, versus just 1 base mining for NbA, and NbA's bank is gone. It is absolutely gone.
Yeah, things getting a little crazy. I mean, NBA certainly seemed to have quite the mining advantage for quite a long time here, but even still, Tech has just been taking these ridiculous fights. Like, I don't understand. Like, every time Tech is looking like he's about to die, the game just flips on its head.
Yeah, and Tech's feeling so confident that he can take bottom right now. He does need to be careful about this top left base, even though he's technically secured it. NbA could storm over the ledge without any repercussion. That's going to be a Reaver unload, and he's going to start knocking down these cannons, and that's going to put NbA on a clock. He's got to do something about this, otherwise this base is going to be breached. I know NbA has some arbiters somewhere. I don't know where they are right now. There they are.
Here we go. Well, I mean, if you get 2 fat stasises in the middle of this army and then just take a really big engagement before Tech is ready for it, maybe you stop this attack here, the siege at your 12 o'clock, and maybe even end the game. I mean, we have a huge army movement now heading towards the high ground here.
Yeah, I think that the stasis are the game changer.
Oh my God.
He's got at least double stasis. There's an attack happening in the natural or in the top left base, and this is going to trigger an attack from NbA while all this is going down. More probes have died, but it doesn't matter because NbA has so many. This is the big engagement. Great storms from Tech. That's another fantastic stasis. But remember, there's Reavers in this army now. Zealots are going to die much faster. The question is can NbA push through with the encased Archons and Dragoons kind of body blocking?
Yeah, I was gonna say the stasis almost helped out a couple of those Archons. There was a ton of Zealots in that army, and they were having a hard time getting surface area on the remaining units. Now, those units are trapped. There are 2 High Templars there and 2 Archons, though, and that is a whole lot of beef in AoE there. If these just come out and storm instantly, I feel like they could do a reasonable job at putting a dent in this fight.
Yeah, I think this attack actually broke Tech's back right here. It's now a 40 supply lead. That's a whiff of a storm. He storms, and it does damage, but it hits Archons, which they don't really care about storm. Yeah, 45 supply lead now. It also allows NbA to transfer these probes, and that's exactly what he's going to do. However, he is mining out. It's still only going to be 2 base mining for him. Tech still has technically 3 base right now, but it's a 50 supply lead.
Yeah, I think reproducing his army is going to be pretty difficult at this point. Look at the big clump of blue that's massing outside of kind of Tech's region of the map as well. I don't think NbA has any intention of letting go of the kind of on the accelerator, or maybe not. I mean, he is. We'll have to see. I'm very curious if he's gonna keep putting the screws to Tech. It's time to keep putting the pressure up. Tech is down a significant amount of supply, and if he keeps attacking, there's no way he gets to mass up an army large enough to contest yours. But the thing is NbA has shown like almost like a total reticence as far as wanting to do actual big attacks. Like, he really likes just harassing with shuttles.
Well, I'd like to see another recall. He knows all the bases are mined out on the left side. So if he recalls bottom right, then Tech's basically not mining because the Nat's almost gone there, and it forces Tech to make the move. And we know NbA has multiple arbiters, so he could recall, attack, and then recall back defensively, being out of position, just slightly and instantly repositioning in a good defensive position. So I would really like to see a recall, but instead, he's going to move his entire army, setting up for a huge attack at the main, and this may be the final attack. This may be the last stand from Tech. That's going to be
tries
decent.
To focus on the arbiter.
He got all the Templars. He got all the Archons.
Wow. Now it's like a couple of goons versus Reaver, Archon, Templar, Dragoon. Oh my god. What a storm, too. Look at these Archons just bullying. Oh my god, it's disgusting.
Yeah, all those goons melt, all those Zealots melt, and this is the game-winning move for NbA. There's just no army for Tech right now. There's the GG. What a game. What a game. I thought NbA was going to run away with it, and Tech turned it into an epic 37-minute slugfest.
Yeah, I mean, there were even points where Tech was looking like he was doing really good and was very ahead. The one thing that I have to say is that more than anything, I feel like this game certainly highlighted maybe NBA's, I don't know, hesitance to go to make like big fights with his large supply advantage. Maybe he didn't know he had a gigantic supply advantage or whatever, but I just feel like if he was a little bit more aggressive, the game could have been closed out more expediently. But overall, like that's the real problem is gonna be for Tech. I mean, going forward, is that macro. Like NBA's macro's insane.
Yeah, like basically the entire game NBA was ahead. Now I realize he had the 12th Nexus, so he should be ahead. But should he be 40 supply ahead the whole game, 50 supply? Like when he initially reached the 175 supply, Tech was just at 125, so that's a big gap. I think if NBA watches the replay, he'll probably think to himself like, yeah, I probably could have just ended it right here at the early stages, like 10-minute mark. But he still gets the victory regardless, puts him up 2-1, and we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll come back and find out whether NBA can close it out. We're back, guys. I am Nyoken, joined by Doc Holiday. We just saw one of the best PvPs we've ever had in BSL. NbA just barely getting by on Gladiator. Tech made a really good fight, but he's now down 2-1. It's going to be his map pick, but this is his life on the line, really. If he loses here, he'll be put into the losers bracket, and NbA will be one step away from the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm a little curious on how clear, or rather, I guess, how clear of an idea Tech has about NbA's playstyle. Like now, this has been a second game now where he clearly shows that he's got like a very strong macro game going. I'm wondering if Tech is going to switch gears and maybe go for some kind of 2-gate early game to just kind of throw a wrench into NbA's game plan. I mean, going 12 next in a PvP is, like, I think a clear indication that NbA really just wants to get to that very large econ type of game. So hopefully we see something to disrupt that. But we're heading to Longinus out of all maps. Interesting. So we're going to be heading on into that, and let's go ahead and check it out. Alrighty, guys. Well, top left-hand corner, spawning in the blue. I actually can't read who that is.
It's Tech.
It's Tech.
Yep, and in the bottom middle, coming off a sick win on Gladiator, it is NbA. Now, I was not expecting this map to get picked, honestly. Remember, we still have Sylphid in the map pool. We still have Butter in the map pool. I mean, we've got Vermeer in the map pool, which I think is going to be the new Polyvoid whenever we get a new frickin' ladder. So for this map to be picked, it's a bit surprising. However, if you can get that bottom right base, you're going to have a ton of gas. I don't know if that's a big deal in PvP. In fact, the Nat gas wasn't taken for a long time in the Overwatch series, so not too sure why this map was picked. However, this pylon placement, well, I mean, at least it's going to prevent a pylon block, but you don't see this often.
I mean, isn't this extending the mining distance for the two further away mineral patches? The probes certainly look like they have to go around that.
Well, they do bug a little bit, but this is one of the maps where you can lock in like 4 probes if you get off a really good pylon block. So maybe Tech was a bit worried about that. And you were talking about how we want to see a 2-gate, and there you go. It's going to be NbA going for the 2-gate, though.
Yeah, that's it's blowing my mind a little bit here.
Well, I love it because we saw Reavers in the first 2 games. Now we see, then we saw Gateway Man Arbiter in the Gladiator game. Now we're seeing aggressive 2-gate play in the 4th game. So literally everything in the Protoss available in the Protoss arsenal seems like NbA can pull out. Luckily for Tech, he is going to scout first, and he's going to see this from a mile away.
Yeah, so very nice. And of course, as you said too, I mean, this potential, this pylon in the main mineral line, I think Tech has really taken steps to not get bamboozled by a 2-gate here.
Yeah, his first Zealot is already out. You're going to have to build Zealots versus this incoming 3, 5, potentially 7 Zealot follow-up. The question every time this happens is, what is the transition from NbA? It could be Forge, but we see that the gas is already being built, so not going to be the case. He is going to follow up aggressive play with an aggressive follow-up. It's 3 Zealots into the Cybernetics. I think it's going to be 1 more round of Zealots, and then it's going to be straight goons after that. Somehow, that probe escapes.
Yeah, and he's still being annoying and blocking the pathing. Okay, well, he takes 3 Zealots to the face all at once, no longer. But I mean, he tried, he did his job. He got in the way, he slowed down the Zealot timing a little bit here. And now it's all going to be up to the Micro here.
Yep, he wants to get as many pot shots as he can with the goon. Both players are from the same region, so I'm sure the turn rate is good.
Oh.
Look at that pro block.
Oh my god.
He's kicking it back. He's not able to shoot at all. That's he caught it. He caught it.
This is
kill it.
horrific.
That was
Tech
absolutely
opens the door
fantastic.
at the last second, though. Barely saves that Dragoon by sniping the probe at the very last second. I can't believe what an insane surround, and the Dragoon just gets popped.
Yeah, it's dead, and he kills 2 probes. And I think versus harassment like this, maybe you can lose 1 probe, but losing multiple probes, you're in deep trouble. And because this was not a Forge follow-up, the goons are going to be coming pretty soon. He's lost 4 probes now, soon to be 5. The drills are not really helping him out at all. It's only 1 goon trying to attack from a range. 6 probes fell right there, and it's a 10 supply lead for NbA.
My God. That was insane. We barely started the game. 10
Well,
supply.
if you're tech here, what do? You're never going to be able to win going straight goon unless you're cutting the whole time, because I don't know if you can support 2 gates while also building probes after taking that many losses. Even a 3rd gateway coming up for NbA right now.
Well, I mean, if he's counting the units that he killed, and I'm sure he was, he knows he's up by, like, at 1.50%. Like, that's an insane amount of supply to lose that early on in the game. So why not throw down another gateway and just keep attacking?
Yeah, he's even putting a pylon at the front. I think it could be for Desperation Battery if he needs it. Instead, this is the one way you can lose the game, is you're going to take an even fight right here. Actually, Tech has the lead because he's got a goon on the high ground. So it's 4 goons versus 2. Single Zealot at the bottom is not really going to do that much damage. The goon manages to survive with just a sliver of health. This could be the blunder that Tech needs. He's still down 10 supply. Let's not get it twisted, but he's got 4 versus 3 goons right now. If he can take down that Artosis pylon, the game will end simply because NbA cannot build any more units. It's now 4-4. We've got a proxy pylon somewhere. I don't know exactly what that intended to do. It's 5 versus 4 right now. Goon pops out. Remember, there is a weakened goon for NbA. It falls. A second goon just barely survives. Tech trying to take down the 3rd goon. He gets it. He needs to escape, though. Save as many as he can. Instead, he's going to take this fight. He trades effectively 2 for 1.
Oh my god, and the weak goon in the back has just been completely ignored this entire time, and he's just the bonus goon, man.
Yeah, he realizes he has that other goon at the bottom.
That's the weakened one. The probe's now being pulled to surround this, though. This is a lot. I mean, I think you had to have saved those last 2 goons.
Yeah, and that is finally going to allow NbA to salvage that attack. Now, what Tech got here was he got intel that it's a 3-gate, and you know what beats 3-gate? The Invisible Man. He's going to go into DT, and because of all the chaos and because of all the damage that NbA did, he may not think that Tech could afford this. Okay, well, we see NbA is going for Robo, so the threat of DT, I think, is not so scary that now that I see that the Robo's about halfway done.
Well, I mean, I think this is the point where you have to continue to take risks. I think he knows that he didn't do any significant economic damage there, and while the trading was good, it wasn't probably good enough to bring him back in the game. So Tech at this point needs to take risks, and this is not a bad one to gamble on. Unfortunate for him, it's not going to work out likely, but you know, you got to do what you got to do, and this is one of the only game plans he's got left to him.
Well, he still could sneakily send a DT around the side, avoid the observer, and maybe get into the mineral line. If he can do that, he's got 3-gate versus 3-gate. He could definitely win a fight if he sits in an arc like this in a better concave. We'll see if a DT can actually escape, though. NbA getting into position. He may see the blur right as it moves out. Oh, okay. Luckily, doesn't take any damage right there. 62-40. This is a massive supply lead for NbA right now. But looking at the standing army, it's 6 goons versus 7, plus 1 zealot, plus 2 zealots for Tech. Tries to trigger some of the units to come in and take free shots. He's getting a couple off with this single goon. I mean, it looks slick, but the reason I don't like that is because now NbA is going to be watching, and he may see the blur. Oh, he doesn't realize that there's a DT at the bottom, taking a lot of damage. He's going to try and retreat. He's going to lose 2 goons, basically for free. Did Tech actually catch NbA?
I mean, the retreat path is going to be quite significantly longer since he has to go over this high ground here. So maybe if we rush, Tech can cut these units off before they get to the natural.
Yeah, it's 7 goons versus like an equal. Okay, never mind. That's way more goons at the natural.
Yeah, the natural expansion.
There's Observer there too, so he is in position, and this is going to be another big flank, a big sandwich. The Nexus is completing. If Tech can pick off some of these units before the units come in through the back, he may be able to win the fight, but the goons, they are pouncing on top of him, and now it's like 12 goons versus 5. That's it, GG, and it's going to be NbA. He's going to be moving into the finals of the winner.
Wow. Man. You know, I swear, like, every time we watch these games, I don't think that Tech looks like he's that much worse than NbA, but NbA very cleanly won all 3 of those games there. I mean, Tech did get first blood. That was great for him, but after that, the reverse sweep, and man, what a game. What a showing by NbA.
Yeah, NbA played extremely well. I mean, Tech played well too, but in the last game when you lose 6 probes, it doesn't really matter how well you micro. You just can't recover from that. I think he traded as well as you can possibly trade goon versus goon, but there was just never a way for him to catch up, and unfortunately, he's going to be sent into the losers bracket, and that means whoever wins from TerrOr versus JDConan, they're going to be facing off versus Tech, and that's going to be a hard opponent, either one who comes out of that best of 3.
Especially that game before last. How long did that go? Like 30-something minutes?
Yeah, 37
Insane.
minutes.
Mining out almost the entire map on Gladiator. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's one thing to mine out Overwatch or something, but you're mining out Gladiator, which has like 16 bases. You know the game's epic. So that's the end of our first best of 5 series today, guys. We're going to be going into a break, and then hopefully we'll be coming back with GoKu versus Jiren in the losers bracket. Welcome back, everybody. We've got our first finalist in the winner's bracket. It's NbA. Now we're going to be going into the loser's bracket. It's going to be a TVZ, and it's going to be GoKu versus Jiren. Now, Jiren, he was in the loser's bracket to begin with. That was a bit of surprise because when you think of the top Zerg players in South America, he's number 1 on the list. Ended up taking down Cruza, but now going up against GoKu, who is kind of making a name for himself in the BSL. He's made it into BSL Pro League, I think, the past 2 or 3 times. So this is not going to be an easy opponent for Jiren. Oh, by the way, Jiren's Bobo, Doc Holiday.
Oh! I looked him up and I was like, this guy looks familiar. Okay. Awesome, man. So what are you expecting?
Well, Jiren, he's really known for his Muta control. If it's anything other than 2-hatch Muta, it would be surprising. When I played him, I think it was in the Death Fate show match series, he opened with 2-hatch Muta, of course, because that's his trademark, but surprisingly threw me off going into like 3 or 4-hatch Hydra as a follow-up. And it was not like he scouted me going mech, it was just seemed to be his normal follow-up. So in the past, he used to all-in 2-hatch Muta or all-in 3-hatch Muta or go into Guardians, but now it seems like he's kind of transitioned into a heavy macro play after the initial Muta stages.
Well, it looks like GoKu has been struggling a little bit versus Zerg as opposed to all of his other matchups in the BSL when it comes to statistics that we have here on the screen. I mean, when you're a Terran player and your ZVT's kind of weak, going up against a very, very heavy Muta player has got to be kind of a worst nightmare, right?
Yeah, and especially versus someone like Jiren, who, if he ever has a favorable engagement, he's not someone that's going to let you breathe. He's just going to continue to push the issue and exploit any vulnerability. Like, as soon as it starts snowballing, it's going to continue snowballing. So the key to victory here for GoKu is make sure he's never out of position. Also make sure that his biopole is never tiny, because if Jiren spots it, it's dead 100% of the time. I think if I'm GoKu here, you need to put pressure on this guy, Jiren, because he plays very low eco when he plays Muta, so if you can force him to build Sunkens, like with the 2 racks push, whether it kills anything or not, just forcing the Sunkens will cripple the eco from Jiren here. So if I was GoKu, I'd be doing a 2 racks rush, trying to manage this guy, and then back off and see if Jiren can, or see if I can hold Jiren's counterattack. Our first map is going to be Monopoly. Players are ready. Let's get into the game.
Alrighty, guys. Well, in the top left-hand corner, spawning as our blue Zerg, we have Jiren.
Right, and in the bottom right, or in the mid right, our Terran, it's GoKu. Now, Monopoly, not a map that I have played very much, but from the games that I've seen on BSL, I think we could see a wall off at mid right potentially. I think Depot Rax could be a wall off, and I only say this because GoKu, when I play him Terran versus Terran, he really does like to gasless expand, really does like to get his eco rolling. So if he can get away with a Depot Rax, then go into a fast command center, I think that would be a great start, but none of that matters because Depot's going down right next to his command center.
How do you feel about Monopoly for Mutas? I feel like the natural expansions seem like pretty difficult to defend. There's a lot of surface area for Mutas to kind of come around and do a good amount of damage.
Yeah, I think Monopoly in particular is a difficult map. It's one of those maps where it's a 3-player map, which means spawns like what GoKu got here. Not only does he have to build turrets at the top side, he's also going to build turrets at the left side and the bottom side even. So you got to cover completely your main with turrets. Otherwise, someone like Jiren will exploit the lack of turrets. Also, I mean, the natural is not exactly the easiest to defend either. It doesn't have that high ground overlooking the nat like you have on, is it Revolver? Yeah, Revolver, for example. So I think for somebody like Jiren, Mutas is a fantastic opener. Now we see Jiren actually went for a 9 pool. And I don't know if I like this because Monopoly has a very, very tiny entrance with the ramp and the eggs. So even just one SCV can buy a lot of time here.
Yeah, and getting that first scout on the Zerg is also going to be, I would say, very helpful. This is a really fantastic timing.
Yeah, SCV is going to come in and actually probably get blown up by these Lings. No, actually, this was move command on the Lings. And GoKu is going to buy a little bit of time, and he's bought enough time where this this bunker actually will probably complete. He'll only have 1 Marine in it, but as long as he plugs up that entrance, he should be fine. Yeah,
this isn't exactly a difficult ramp to.
He's not blocking it. Okay.
Well, okay, he throws down the depot.
Yeah.
And now the Zerglings don't have any real opportunity to run past this at all.
Yeah, this was not ideal for Jiren right here. He's gonna. Okay. Lings, yeah, this is what I was afraid of. Lings are going to run into the main. The SCV accidentally gets in the bunker. Yeah, and unfortunately, GoKu was not building Marines this whole time because he's supply blocked. Now he's going to build some Lings. He loses 1 SCV, and this is the damage that Jiren needed because behind this, he's going into fast gas, picks off the low Ling, but the Marine falls down.
Yeah, I don't really ever think that's worth it, going 1-for-1 Ling for a Marine. The second Marine goes down too.
And 2 are going to escape. 2 are going to escape with their lives, so that was definitely worth from Jiren. It looked like initially it wasn't going to do that much damage, but he gets a couple SCV kills and a couple Marine kills. And this behind this, that's a dead SCV.
I can't believe he got that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be nerves right here. Everything going down the drain for GoKu. You can see he's transitioning into a somewhat quick gas after initial opener, but the lair is already started for Jiren. That means it doesn't really matter what the academy timing is for GoKu. He's never going to have fast range relative to Jiren's Mutalist timing.
Man, that was really rough. Especially that bonus SCV is insane. He already got a pretty decent amount of damage done with the attack there. And you get the bonus SCV, and you have to send another one out for the scout.
Yeah, Goku's in big time trouble. I also don't think he realized that his academy didn't start, so it just now starts at 4:35. To give you perspective on that, normal academy timing these days is 3:30, so this is over a minute late. I think STEM is about a minute upgrade, so basically what you're saying is you're not even going to have STEM done by the time these Mutalists get across the map.
Yeah, and range is, like, defending Mutalists without Marine range is just...
you can't do it. It's impossible.
Terrible.
Yeah.
They can just kill all your Marines without ever really taking any damage.
Yeah, and because it is Monopoly, like I said, he's going to have to build turrets at the top side of his base. If he doesn't, at minimum, the ghast is exposed. Because the academy's built there, the academy's exposed. And he also has to build turrets at the bottom side, his nat, and near his barracks. And remember, he lost all those SCVs. So he is in big time trouble. He's also in bigger trouble now because he's supply blocked at 36. He's going to salvage this by putting on add-ons, but really, he wanted to build as many SCVs as he could. eBay is going to complete in the nick of time to defend these mutas, and behind this, Jiren's just going to go into a third hatch on location at mid-left.
Yeah, this is nightmare situation. I mean, the amount of time that Jiren is going to have, like, even like disregarding how much damage these mutas are going to do, to get his hive up and to get everything, going, like, you just can't move across the map for such a long period of time here now.
Yeah, he can't move at all right now. I mean, he might, but Jiren really shouldn't care about this. He should know that, okay, if you're just moving now, that means that your academy just built, which means STEM kind of just started. There's no way you sat in your base and just waited. Like, Terran doesn't do that. So here he comes. This is a decent bio ball. If range was done and STEM, I would say Jiren does need to be careful, but there is no range. And also Monopoly has that middle base with high ground, so he can swoop in over the ledge at any moment and pick off straggler Marines. So
well, there's a first stim that does nothing. So I mean, already starting to work on that energy from these medics.
Well, even though the Marines obviously aren't doing any damage to Lings or Mutas, at least it keeps the Mutas out in the map, right? Like, they're not able to get SCV kills, which is what GoKu wants. He wants to just not take damage to his mineral line. As long as he can just kind of sit and consolidate his army. I mean, this is still a playable game. I see he's starting to build buildings on the right side of his base. I actually think those are depots. I'm hoping that they're a factory. But, I mean, he really needs to start scaling into his tech.
Good scan gonna let him know, though, you know, he needs to start worrying about stuff, because there's been no delay of the Zerg at all here. Muta's gonna come in here, find a very small group of bio, accompanied by a couple of turrets. This could easily get picked off by these Mutas.
Yeah, and this is...
Oh my gosh.
I think this is over, because this is what Bobo does when he finds an opening like this. Oh, wow. He backs off. That's very atypical of him. He's going to try and shadow these Marines and just annihilate them. Remember, as I stated, look at that ledge right there. Mutas could just instantly blast 2 or 3 Marines without taking any losses, and then it would be 9 Mutas versus 9 Marines. And there's no world where Terran ever wins that fight. Somehow GoKu goes unscathed. He scans and sees there's no sunken colony, at least not just yet, but he needs to back off, really.
Yeah, fighting up into this third base would be insane. I think what he's trying to do is just buy himself some time with these units out here, because he knows that if he's not putting pressure on the Zerg, the Mutas are going to come into his main and his natural and just tear him apart. We have a nice contingent of Zerglings here, and with these Mutas, though, these are dead Marines and dead medics.
Yep, mega dead. This is why you can't be out on the map with just one group of bio. They just get instantly blown up like that. It was a nice move to pick off the Overlord and force the Mutalist back, but he needed to get the hell off of the map at that point. Now, he's lost the majority of his army. Remember, he lost a group of Marines at his barracks, and this is a ton of Mutalists. Like, he could probably just jump on the bunker with Ling combination. He's going to instead just focus on the turrets at the barracks. All 3 of them are going to fall, and really, there's still way too many Mutalists to engage with just these Marines.
There's just no units.
Yep, you can see that he is scaling into his tech, and he's going to try and flood more Lings into the main. He's just going to run by the bunker. Now he's got Lings and Mutalists on top of the production. There's no way he can salvage this game anymore. It's over. Jiren is going to take game 1, and it was a decisive win.
And the early portion of the game was so catastrophic. I mean, Jiren just snowballed this.
Yeah, and this was just typical Jiren play. Like, he's an aggressive player, and like I said, once the ball rolls, it rolls really hard when Jiren's controlling it. Like, he picked off a couple SCVs, couple Marines, picked off a couple of Marines that were straggling behind at the barracks, and that's it. And once it happens, it's over. Yeah, I just flat out versus Jiren, you can't let that happen. So GoKu, he needs to be more consolidated. Obviously, he had a catastrophe in the beginning, but I mean, he recovered decently, but it just happens.
Yeah, it's just so rough. Like, 2-hatch Muta is such a difficult build. Like, the way that the builds match up from Terran and Zerg, it's just like the whole game is on a knife's edge when your opponent's going that build order. And just seeing a couple of early mistakes, you know, losing a couple of units and things like that, it's just so bad. You know, like, as you said, the tech timing for both the upgrades from the academy were just so delayed, and the Mutas got so much done early on. It was just never able to build up that Marine count, and he just never had a fighting chance, like, the entire game, basically.
Yeah, it really was just the early game that did him in. He had good defense. The bunker was perfect. It's just the SCVs were out of position for a second. And Jiren, unlike a lot of players, has the killer instinct. It's like, oh, there's a hole. We're going for it. We're going.
Goes like, right up the ramp.
Yeah, we're just going to try and make the best of it. Sometimes you get punished going for that, but it was the perfect call. That puts him up 1-0 very quickly. And remember, this is best of 3, where this is not best of 5 anymore. So one more mistake like that from GoKu, and he's done. It's going to be his pick, though. I think we got to get Vermeer or Overwatch or Butter. I think 2-player maps are great for Terran, but if I'm GoKu, Vermeer's very standard. It's like the new Polyport. I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
I have to say though, I was quite surprised to see a 9 pool as the first build of the game. I just feel like 9 pool is not super in vogue right now. It's just kind of wild that it went so well for him, especially after, as you said, the excellent defense really, and getting the scout off early, the SCV got the bunker down, and then even put the depot down as well. Like, I just felt like everything looked like it was going to go so good, and then it just snowballed out of control. And I have to say, too, some of the decision making with the units that were on the map, that, with Goku essentially sacrificing the bulk of his army out randomly in the middle of the map, I felt like was a little bit of an issue as well. But man, it was just, I don't know. That game was so one-sided, it's really hard to say how this next one will go.
Yeah, and we are going to get into Vermeer as our second map. And players are ready. Let's find out if Jiren closes out 2-0 or if Goku can bring it back 1-1.
Alrighty, guys. Well, here we are, bottom right-hand corner, spawning as the blue Zerg. Gotta feel real good. We have Jiren.
Yep, and in the bottom left, our red Terran, it's Goku. Now, we talked about this at the early stages of the cast. Like, do you play an aggressive build in game one? You pointed out 9 pool, kind of uncommon these days. It could be that just Jiren's playing aggressive in game one because of, like I said, like, hey, don't forget I know how to all in, or don't forget I know how to be aggressive, and it puts Goku on the back foot. Like, all of a sudden he has to be weary, like, okay, if I don't scout this guy first, do I have to insta-bunker my Nat? Do I have to pull, like, 2 SCVs and just sit it on the ramp in case Lings are coming?
Yeah, I just feel like that philosophy is so much more risky, though, when you're looking at a best of... when we're not talking about like a best of 5, best of 7 games like that, where you have like an extended series. So even if that first game doesn't go too crazy, like the message has been sent, but you have like time to, capitalize on that. Whereas you win 2 games and the game's, the series is over here. So potentially risking it all on your first game is a very ballsy move, in my opinion.
It is true. He did get rewarded with a win, though, and now he is going to balance the aggressive play by going into a 12 hatch. So it's going to be complete opposite of the first game. It's going to be more economic. Now, I do have to say, last game, Goku did double scout when he did not find Jiren in the first position. So he is not a greedy Terran. He is diligent in his scouting and taking all the precautions when necessary. And luckily this time around, he is going to find Jiren in the first position at bottom right.
I like this drone checking the center here. Going for... I wonder if he's just going straight up cross-map scouting.
Yeah, it's also an interesting scout pattern because as a Terran player, if Terran happens to be top right and you make this scout, well, all of a sudden Terran's going to think you're top right? Let's assume that Terran didn't scout, because who on earth ever goes for a cross scout like this? A lot of times Zerg would, for example, if they're top right in this scenario, overlord scout bottom right and then scout to the top left. So Terran would maybe potentially change their scout pattern to go top right. And obviously Zerg's not there in this particular game. We see that Goku getting pretty greedy here. He's going to go no Marines into command center. Still no Marines, so this is going to be a fast second Rax follow-up.
And very fortunate scouting for both players, though. First Overlord getting over that natural expansion like that is so nice for Zerg. You get to watch for all the move outs. You don't have to worry about, any kind of tech issues, because you see the command center timing right away.
Yeah, and SCV right now is just looking for the lane count. Goku sent that SCV down to the low ground because if he needed to build a bunker, he wanted to have the SCV in position. But now that the SCV has seen only 2 lings, He knows he doesn't have to build that bunker quickly. He can just hold it with produced Marines. So this was a fantastic response, and that CV is still alive, and he still sees that it's only 4 lings. And as I mentioned last game, a lot of Terran players going for like a 330 Academy these days. This time around, this is going to be, again, another eco opener from GoKu. It's going to be about a 4-minute Academy. So his range timing is still going to be decent, but he's not going to be able to get pressure out onto the map really before mutas pop out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be significantly, I guess, less important now that he hasn't lost a bazillion units and workers at the beginning of the game. But even still, like, I know you were talking about how maybe he should make that stylistic exception for playing against Jiren. I'm not sure how much these two have played against each other, though, because GoKu, I mean, recently came onto the scene with some results, more often. So, I mean, do you think these players have played against each other enough so that GoKu has more of insight to the very heavy low econ mutalisk oriented play that Jiren goes for a lot of the time?
I feel like he has to, right? Because whenever an NA player or an EU player queues, it feels like there's no way for me to dodge them. So I imagine that he should have gotten a decent amount of games versus Jiren. I mean, even I got a decent amount of games versus Jiren. However, lately, I haven't hit Jiren, so I'm not sure if he's been playing lately these days. You can see that Jiren's really respecting the move out. He's already preemptively built two colonies, hasn't morphed him into Sunkens just yet, but even though those Lings didn't get much intel, what they did see was there was no medics. So he may not even have to morph these into actual Sunkens because the mutas should be out in time.
Yeah, that's pretty nice for GoKu, too, because he's going to pretty significantly delay the third timing.
Well, yeah, Jiren's not confident to put down that hatchery. I don't know why. He
Look
sees...
at that drone's coming back, even.
Yeah, it's coming back, which is a shocker. Because Jiren, when I played him in the Death Fate show match, I mean, this guy was putting down the hatch, and I was moving out at 5 minutes. Like, I was out on the map at 5 minutes, and we're still not out at 6 minutes, and he still hasn't put down that hatchery. Just now, he's going to start it, while the Mutalisks are moving to the natural. And GoKu, I'm not sure if... Okay, I guess the Ling gets vision, of course. I thought the Overlord might have missed it.
Well, here's the move out, and the mutas are at the natural still.
Yeah, Vermeer, I'm looking at the turret placement. I'm getting like Eclipse type of vibes. It seems like it's going to be hard to shut down mutas at this particular position. I imagine that SCVs should be able to get taken down pretty quickly by Mutalisks without taking much damage. We'll see, though. Here comes the first Mutalisk. Takes down one SCV. He's going to take down the turret. And he's going to continue to try and take down that turret. I think that's a mistake. GoKu's done a fantastic job to repair it. He's going to lose it. But those Mutalisks took a lot of damage, and GoKu is out on the map now. So now Jiren really needs to be weary of losing his third base.
Well, having 2 Sunks in the natural in this situation, not so bad. But as you said, it really is about saving that third base here. And since there's no creep or anything up like that, because the third got delayed for so long, we'll have to see what the move is here.
Yeah, these 3 Sunkens really hurt Jiren too. Like, this is a ton of lost eco, and he built them way early into the game. Of course, it's going to stop an attack, but 2 Sunkens with Muta support would have stopped this. Just one group of bio, even 1 Sunken probably would have stopped it. So, GoKu, as long as he can get a second army together, he's in a fantastic spot right now. As we know, the third base has been denied for a very, very long time. Mutas are going to engage on this bio ball, but the Marines already have range and they already have stem, and the Mutas, a lot of them have been softened up already, so Jiren needs to be careful.
Well, Jiren pulling out the bruised ones out of the army, but this is a significant portion of the damage that's available right now.
Well, this was a dangerous spot, because I thought GoKu was going to get in that choke, and then the Mutalisks were pretty much going to have free reign over the ledge. GoKu desperately needs to get his army together, because 10 or 11 Mutalisks will definitely beat 1 bio ball. He may catch these 3 or 4 Mutalisks that are super heavily injured in the middle of the map. He doesn't. But 2 groups of bio. I still don't think he can push through the third now that the Sunken is up, but it's a whole nother beast for the Mutas to engage.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a difficult choke to push into that. It's not quite a super tight choke or anything like that, but with the Sunken plus the Mutifier, I feel like it'd be really, really risky to stim in there and try to take out the third.
So this time around, I think GoKu has streamlined his tech much faster than the previous game. We see that, yeah, look, his starport's already almost done. He's going to have his science facility coming in pretty soon, and he still kept the Mutalist
the
back.
Mutas! They just don't want to fire. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. The turn rate kind of a factor right there. They've taken a lot of damage, and one of the biggest things to note was we got to look at the lair timing, or the hive timing, or the non-existent hive timing. I mean, there's no Queen's Nest anywhere. There's no Hydrogen, and there's triple Sunken at the third base. So even though there's a third base there, still no drones. Like, there's no gas income. There's not even mineral income. So it's essentially just 2-hatch Zerg right now versus a Terran that's about to have vessels coming out.
Yeah, this is wild. The fact that there's no either Hive Tech or Hydra Tech is extremely concerning, right? The Mutas are about to lose all utility, as we're going to have double starport production here coming up here very quickly. And these cannot fight. So, like, this is essentially an undamaged bio ball. Like, there's tons of Marines on the field here, and with the addition of Irradiate, what can you do? You can't fight.
Yeah, and
oh my god!
I was just about to say that this is a typical Jiren move. He's just going to move in with 2 groups of Mutalisks. You can see that they are getting shredded, though. Maybe they win the fight initially, but they've taken so much damage. He still wins with 8 Mutalisks left over. But honestly, who cares? Like, he doesn't have the Hydrogen, he doesn't have the hive like you said, and the vessels are coming out, and it's 5 racks production for GoKu, so he can lose that army and rebuild all of it in basically like a minute. That's it. The turrets are set up in a phenomenal position. He's still gonna get them busted down simply because I think it's kind of hard to defend this position, but overall GoKu in an amazing position. First vessels are about to pop.
Yeah, I mean, these Mutalisks, like, as well as they did there, and as well as they're currently doing, they have no utility once Irradiate's out on the field, and there's no other tech to help support that. There's no transition here right now.
Yeah,
you have to have some kind of other tech once the science vessels are out here. Like, I don't know what the game plan is from here.
Well, I can tell you what the game result is probably going to be in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Is going to be a GG unless Jiren can get his third base really up and running and transitioning into something that can actually stop 6 racks production, 2 starport vessel follow-up. Right now, he has literally nothing that can stop it. Irradiate's going to just mow down the Mutas. I'm still looking for... Oh, actually, I think finally at the third base, Hydrogen or Queen's Nest finally got plopped down there. So maybe now he will transition. It is just a Hydrogen, though. And again, even Lurkers are not enough to stop this. There's a reason Zergs always go Defiler or rush Defiler.
Yeah, there's going to be so many Irradiates by the time that you have, like, even a few Lurkers on the field.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to get busted so easily. And there's already a ton of bio on the field as well. Oh my god. If there's just a huge Irradiate here, if these don't get split super well.
Like that.
That's the whole army!
Yeah. I actually thought Jiren was going to make this move with his double Mutalisk ball instead of engaging in the center of the map. Oh my god! He flies over all of the Marines. He loses all except 5 of the Mutalisk, and the other 4 Mutalisks that he has just sitting at his natural are also bruised. So it's 9 Mutalisks, like 10 Sunkens, and 3 bases, and that's it.
And there's a dropship.
Yeah, the dropship didn't get spotted either. So look at the main of Jiren right now, completely open. No Scourge in sight.
Oh my god, and the Mutas are out patrolling for hidden bases.
Well, if the Mutas were in position, this could have been a bit of a gift from GoKu, because it is just 1 dropship. It would be different if it's 2, but it is only 1, so this could be cleaned up. However, at the same time, Goku's going to be pushing the natural. Look at this. This is a huge army moving into position. There's no Lurkers. It's just 5 sunk. It's instant tap out
Insta GG.
from Jiren.
Doesn't even see the Maya army. Wow.
Yeah, nicely done from GoKu there. He did everything perfectly. He read how many Lings Jiren was building, didn't overreact in the beginning, powered as hard as he could. He scanned, he saw it's 2 or 3 Sunkens. And honestly, if you force 3 Sunkens, you're feeling great as Terran. And then Jiren even cut his third half for so long. Like, he turned it around for over a minute.
The curious thing is, though, what happened there to make Jiren make multiple Sunkens, not make his third on time? What happened? I don't understand what he saw that scared him so bad that he decided, no, we're not going to take a third. We're going to put up a bunch of Sunkens. We're going to delay our third for a bazillion years and change locations. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, because he had the Overlord in position. He had Lings right outside the base, so he knew that the Marines were not moving out. There were a lot of Marines, but there weren't any medics. Like I said, when the Ling poked in, like, Terran's not going to attack with 9 Marines with no medics. Like, that's just not a thing. So preemptively building those 3 Sunkens really hurt his econ. A ton. And that means GoKu ties the score up 1-1. Jiren, of course, is going to have map pick here. We also have to factor in the latency. You could see that both players were setting it to high, extra high. It was talked about turn rate 14. So Jiren may flat out just not be feeling confident in his Muta Micro, and maybe he thought he was obligated to build that amount of Sunkens. But if you're thinking like that, why even open Mutalist? You know, I mean, you might as well just go Ultraman or, you know, Crazy Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I all that set aside too, I was just very perplexed by everything that happened in that game. But we did, as you said, we did see some funny Muta micro stuff happening in the middle. It wasn't like game changer or anything like that, but clearly Jiren was having a hard time getting them to fire on the Bio Army a little bit out in the center of the map. But more also, you know, super weird too, is he goes for the Sunkens, right? So clearly he's not going, like, if you go that many Sunkens, clearly you're not going to be able to overpower the Bio Ball, right? At that point, there's just no way. But then he just keeps going Muta instead. Like, he doesn't prepare any kind of transition to stall behind his Sunkens. He just makes 2 groups of Mutas instead of going for, like, a couple of Lurkers or rushing your Hive. Like, I just not really sure what the game plan was there. After he had built, like, as you said, like 7, 8 Sunkens at both the natural and in the third. Very, very weird stuff, man.
I mean, that's sometimes just what he does. Sometimes, like I said, he goes all into Hatch Muta or 3 Hatch Muta, technically in this scenario. Sometimes it does transition into Guardians. Lately it was Muta Hydra. We didn't get to see the Hydras last game, but credit to GoKu there. He scanned, and he didn't overextend, really. I mean, I guess, and maybe when he was going for the third base initially, that was a very far-out army. Could have definitely gotten picked off. But once he did consolidate 2 groups together, he was never really in a position where he was going to get overrun. I mean, technically, the 2 groups of Mutas did win the fight, but they were so many damage left over. I think, and also there's only 8 really remaining. I mean, he was still in a fantastic spot. Jiren has decided he's going to risk his life on Sylphid, and I think this is a good choice. Let's get into Game 3, find out who's going to be moving on in our losers bracket.
Alrighty, guys. Well, welcome to Sylphid. In the left side of the map here, spawning as our red Zerg, we have Jiren.
Yep, and in the bottom right, it is GoKu. So far, we've seen GoKu play pretty normal. More eco 2 racks, which is fine if you just stay back and get a consolidated army, like I've been saying. Every single time he's moved out, like, he's had a real ball. It's not like 6 Marines and 2 medics. It's like a real bio ball, 3 medics, 12 Marines, maybe 14 Marines. I mean, it is a big time threat. I'm thinking that we may see something like a 12 pool, and the reason I say that is because it is awkward for Terran to read, and you can also go into something like a Lurker Bust. I mean, I don't expect Jiren to Lurker Bust, but it's still a very weird build to face as Terran.
Well, we'll see in just a second.
Yeah, Overlord about to pop. We see no drones moving into position 4 over pool.
It's so weird. It's so weird that even thinking about it, like a 12 pool, is just like, huh?
Well, I
never even
tell,
considered it.
I can tell you why it's weird. Is because Terran scouts and the lings pop out like right when you get there, and that means that the SCV is going to die pretty quickly, and it's Sylphid. Like, you can just leave 2 lings on hold position, and you're never getting it back in. And now Terran's in the dark. Is it lurkers? Is it lair? Are you speedlinging me? Especially if Terran sees a gas. Then they have to be worried because it's all types of things. And it delays your academy. It delays your unit count. You're forced to build a bunker. You delay everything. And if you get an academy and you like scan, for example, and see it's lurkers, well, all of a sudden you either have 1 scan remaining or you have no scans. And you just insta-lose. It's, I'm telling you, it's a very, very hard build to play versus. We don't see it though. It's normal 12 hatch, and it's just gonna be a typical follow-up, something like a 210 gas, 210 pool. That's a bunker. Oh, that's a depot. Okay, depot at the front. That's a cute placement for it. I like it.
It's interesting though. We see these no marine production whatsoever at the beginning of these games. There's no fear.
Yeah, he wants to maximize his econ. He's doing exactly what you should do. I've experimented with whether to go 2 racks or depot first when you get into a scenario like this. Actually, I like racks better, but that's because I'm wanting to get out onto the map and actually pressure with like 7 or 8 Marines. But because we see GoKu being content with going with like a 330 gas, 4-minute academy, in that scenario I like the depot more because you're not cutting at all. Your econ's just going to flat out be better going into the mid game, and that's more than likely what we're going to see. If we see anything other than the 4-minute academy, I would be a bit surprised. There's the gas, 330. Meanwhile, Lings have not taken out that SCV just yet, I don't think. It is still doing a good job to run around. As I stated, Jiren doesn't strike me as somebody that will go lurkers on 2 bases. So really all Goku's looking for is Lings, whether he's getting speed linged right before medics pop out or right before stem kicks in. And he does see 2 Lings pop, so I wonder if he's thinking that he might be getting attacked.
Well, I mean, things looking super normal here from Jiren so far. We already have the drone heading out onto the map to go ahead and secure the 3rd base right away. I am very curious, though. I'm still just really thinking about the double sunken right away. I'm not really sure what that was about. I want to know what he saw and what he was thinking when he decided not to take a 3rd.
Yeah, well, this is the more normal opener as you take a 3rd base on location. It is very vulnerable to a quick move out, but we know that the academy's not done. So that move out that I'm talking about is just flat out impossible. So Babo should never get this canceled. Never ever. This should always complete. And it's on high ground. So even 1 sunken on high ground is annoying to deal with. I don't think we're going to see really the mistake we saw last game, which was the preemptive colonies until Marines start moving out. So this time around, I expect us to get into a mid and late game as Babo. I don't think that this is going to be all in Mutaman at all.
Well, yeah, he's pretty much at that point where making colonies right now anyways would disrupt his Mutapop, so it's kind of like a done deal already.
Yep, first 5 or 6 Mutalisks already in production. As I've stated before, Jiren does go Guardian sometimes, so this could be +1 armor, could be +1 weapon, and still if it is one of those maps where either one is fine, you don't necessarily need to go +1 weapon to have a good time popping those turrets at bottom left. And as I've stated in previous casts, building turrets at bottom right is a nightmare. In fact, Goku already walled in one of his SCVs at the mineral line. That one is just going back and forth. So he's on 6 patch mining. That SCV building the turret right there will wall in SCVs mining gas as they pop out of the extractor or out of the refinery. This is such... I hate this spot.
God, BroodWar is such a hilarious game, man. Okay. Well, the mutas have arrived, and honestly, I feel like they're gonna do GoKu a favor if they take out that turret.
They will, actually. Well, we've got the engagement. GoKu does not have range right now. It's 7 Mutalisks, so they are very fearsome. They can almost one-shot medics. Ooh, that's a bit of miss micro right there. He takes down a Mutalisk and then backs off. Meanwhile, third base is up and running, and he does have the fast Hydrogen, so we already have a transition.
This is ridiculous, though. Now that I think about it, like, if you just leave the turret up, I mean, how many SCVs worth of damage? Like, how many SCVs would you have to kill to justify removing the turret? Because that's a huge portion of mining at the natural expansion. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and another punishing thing is 52 out of 52. GoKu still supply blocked. I see he is scaling into tech, which is fantastic, and he's doing a really good job versus the Mutas. He's trading Marine for Muta and also keeping the Mutas back. That is great for him.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised. Was that the second Muta that just went down?
Yeah, I mean, he's done a really good job to keep it manageable. Meanwhile, Jiren's done a good job to keep Terran back also. Like, just now, the first Sunken is coming down. So that's great. His econ really hasn't been hindered at all. Second turret coming down at the Nat. That SCV count at the Natural looks very, very small. I think GoKu's been cutting a little bit too much on the SCVs, and also it being six patches is really hindering his overall econ.
Whoa, what?
He canceled turrets because he saw the Hydras.
Oh, he scanned them. I got you. Here we go.
We have the move out now. It's 4 medics, maybe 1.5, 2 groups of bio. Floated factory, it's pretty standard these days. Is that Queen? No, that's Evolution Chamber. So remember,
Ooh.
I said a lot of time, or lately.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, caught out of position is GoKu. Muta's in the main, and there's no way you're turning around for this. So he's got to bust something, whether it's the third or the natural. His main has been ransacked. This is not enough Marines to clean it up. And as I stated, the natural doesn't have that many SCVs. So he's really cut eco. He can't bust this. This is five
there's
lurkers.
So many lurkers. And there's lurkers at the third also.
Yeah, he caught him. And I think Jiren's just got this in the bag. He may not outright win here, but the longer the game goes, the lead's just going to get bigger and bigger.
I mean, and there's no vessels for forever right now. You can't even get a SCV over there to finish up the science facility.
This was just unfortunate for GoKu. He didn't have enough defense to deal with these 10 Mutalisks. Vessel or Starport gets canceled. Science facilities maybe gonna outright die. He's literally mining on 6 patches right now because of that turret. Like, that's it. And Zerg's at least mining on what, like 20 patches? And he's got 3 gas. 25 supply lead for Jiren. The lead's getting bigger and bigger. He's starting to put down a macro hatch in his main. Desperation science facility going down at the natural. Evolution chamber done also. So +1 weapon for Jiren will nullify the +1 armor from GoKu.
To be honest, like, I don't even feel like there's even a reason to get that far. I mean, you could just unburrow all the lurkers and walk up to the natural and kill everything.
Well, that is true, but sometimes, you know, lurkers could misfire, and you could potentially throw the game like that. So I think it's fine to just sit in his base and just compound the lead with some more Muta harassment. Again, it's an open mineral line, literally. Oh, actually, those were transferred SCVs. I thought all the SCVs ended up dying there. That's a funneled group of Marine medic. He could have potentially knocked them down, but fine to just back off for now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just picking up so many workers right now. It's ridiculous. You don't ever really want to see a Zerg ahead on supply on you. To be almost doubled is ridiculous.
Yeah, and he scanned and saw that it's double macro hatch. I think he even knows that there's a macro hatch at top at top left. So it's really looking like ZVP. It's going to be 6 hatch, Hydra Lurker, plus Mutalisk versus a Terran that only has Marine Medic. Maybe has 1/1 upgrades, but there's no vessels. There's no tanks.
Yeah, I think the funniest thing about this is that, like, normally when you're fighting against the Zerg, right, maybe there's some hope because they're relying on tech units to have a very technical, very specific type of defense for a while here. But I mean, Jiren's just gonna have more units. Like, he's gonna be able to just fight the army.
Yeah, and Hydra Lurker is really good versus Marine Medic also. Like, Hydra Lurker, unless it's a low number of Hydra Lurker, they just don't lose, honestly, to Marine Medic. Really, and look, that SCV that came out of the refinery at the natural, it is stuck too, like I said. Bottom right, nightmare for Terran. Mutalisk coming in, and it's gonna pop all these turrets again. Still not that many Marines left over. He's splashing the refinery because the splash does a lot of damage. It's gonna kill probably a couple of Marines, maybe even kill another SCV. And still GoKu sitting just outside of his net. I mean, he's got to get something done, but he just can't.
Yeah, what is he gonna get done though? There's a million lurkers at every base. Yeah, like there's no way he can get a dropship out. Like, what do you do? There's no options.
He can only go. I mean, honestly, he needs to go tanks. But his factory's floating. I mean, that's a huge drone cycle also. So it's probably something like 50 drones versus maybe 30 SCVs right now, and it's going to be 4 base Zerg. Another huge supply block coming in. Nothing going right for GoKu this game. I mean, it's just one of those games where literally just nothing going well for you. Mutalisk find the exposed natural after he kills that turret. Of course, out of all the times during the game when you could have harassed this net, of course you attack right when the turret gets taken down. Great irradiates. Finally, this muta ball is going to get cleaned up.
Kind of a ridiculously good split, though, as a result of that, though. But yeah, I mean, things are so... this has got to feel so bad. I mean, this is your elimination game, too, you know? This is just got to be super demoralizing at this point.
I think GoKu realizes his fate here. This is literally impossible to hold unless there's like a move command on the lurkers, which, you know, that's not going to happen. We even see that the Greater Spire is coming in. Jiren has given GoKu a lot of space to, you know, build up, but it's still a 35 supply lead for Jiren. He's got his 4th base coming up. It's at the mineral only. And it's just 2 vessels. He needs, if he had like 8 vessels, maybe it's a different story.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's 1 vessel now. Is it no vessels now? Oh, so close. Insane though. Yeah.
Really good
Working
stand.
with a single starport is just impossible.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at that. Queens are even coming out. So we're going to have Ensnare versus Hydra Lurkers. So whenever there's a fight, Terran's just going to have to stand there and fight it. Like, they're just going to have to accept the fight. You can't run.
You don't do any damage because your stim is essentially gone.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty rough, man. And Snare's one of those things that I feel like is like way underutilized too. It's so good.
I think it's okay. I think it's kind of a win more move. I don't think there's really any reason where I would pick it over something like getting Defilers, for example, unless I'm playing versus mech. Now, broodlinging, that's a different story.
Oh,
now this was this is an ambitious 5th base, and there's the Guardians over the net.
I don't know if it's really... I don't think it's ambitious. At this point, I think Jiren's just kind of having a good time.
Yeah. I mean, he should know that he's basically in an unstoppable position. Look at his upgrades, 1-1. So he's going to nullify the armor upgrade of Terran. He's going to nullify the weapon upgrade of Terran. This is a big bio ball. It is definitely huge. He needs to get it in a line, though. He needs to get as much of an arc as possible. Instead, he's still clumped up. He has no idea that this is coming. Here we go. This is going to be the big engagement. It's something like 12 lurkers, maybe 40 hydras. Queen's moving into position to get the ensnare off. GoKu clumped up a lot of his army. That's a decent ensnare, but not the biggest. None of the lurkers are burrowing just yet.
A lot of surprising amount of Hydras go down before the Lurkers burrow, but even still, look how slow they are. It's kind of hilarious how slow they move.
Yeah, but that was a really good fight for GoKu. He's still down 40, but I was expecting his whole army to die right there, so nicely done. He kills a lot of the Hydras, like you said, while taking minimal losses. We've got a cloaked Wraith. See ya.
Oh my gosh.
He's got instant, so you can just hit it. Oh, he missed!
So many of the... Oh my god. So many of the irradiates, though, went to dealing with the Guardians over the natural expansion. There's really, like, not... Like, how do you ever kill or move these Lurkers out? Unless a couple of tanks, maybe, eventually?
Yeah. Definitely tanks is the answer. Zerg doesn't have any Defiler, so siege mode tanks are still viable. We're going to have another big attack here. Like, GoKu still can't engage into this, but he could swoop around something, you know, through the third base and go for a counterattack, maybe at mid-left. Well, maybe not, because that's still a ton of units at the rally point between the third and the fourth base. Jiren taking a fifth base at top right. He's also got 3 Defilers already out.
Oh, they already have Consume. And to be honest, once Plague gets researched, do you even really need Dark Swarm at that point?
Not
You just send your Hydras, yeah.
Yeah, they just one-shot everything. They don't even need upgrades. Well, 2 Cloaked Wraiths and a Dream. He's going to try and make it work, using the Cloak to try and take... Oh my god, there's the catch-up. Goodbye, Marines. Oh, there's another ball at the bottom. There's another one. See ya!
Oh my god.
Goodbye. Watch them all get one-shotted. Bye, 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 bye. They're all gone.
They get erased.
I know. It's crazy how strong Hydra Lurker is with Plague. And this is going to be the game. Unfortunately, GoKu's run in the BSL is going to be done. He was down the whole game pretty much. He fought valiantly, but Jiren is just too much macro. Too many Hydras, too many Lurkers. I mean, look at the map. It's basically all red on the left side. And GoKu, he's going to be eliminated.
You see that Defiler just walk past those fire bats after taking a couple shots, though?
Yeah, they don't care.
He just went. Look, he just went on a journey into the main. He's just a tourist in the Terran base at this point. But man, Jiren, very impressive showing here. Absolutely. I mean, he just seemed to slaughter GoKu here. Like, I want to be gentle about it, but man, Jiren was just super aggressive the entire time, making himself, making opportunities for himself with very, very proactive play. And it just didn't really look like GoKu had much of a chance at this point.
Yeah, the Muta counterattack, that sealed the deal. As soon as I saw it, I thought, okay, well, if there's no Lurkers, yeah, we could have a base trade scenario. But since they were already set up, it's just one of those moments where you got caught and there's really nothing you can do. It happens. So congratulations to Jiren. He is going to be moving on through the losers bracket, and I think we're going to be going into... Is it TerrOr versus JDConan next? Okay, it's actually be Dandy versus ZeTy, but of course, we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll be coming back with another Terran versus Zerg. Back, guys, and it's gonna be Dandy versus ZeTy next, another TVZ. We just saw Jiren eliminate GoKu, and it was in spectacular fashion. Unfortunately, GoKu just wasn't his day-to-day. And this TVZ is going to be best of 5, though. ZeTy has been impressive. He took down Cruza 2-0. However, I have to say, Dandy is a whole nother beast, and I think TVZ is, in fact, his best matchup, so it's going to be really hard for ZeTy to get a win here.
Yeah, when it comes to players that you think of that you don't want to go against early on in the BSL, man, Dandy is definitely up there on the list. You know, especially after that last series too, we saw very dominating kind of performance there. I think we might see another one here. Looks like we're already ready to hop in the game, so without any other delay, let's go ahead and get in it. Alrighty, guys. Well, spawning in the 12 o'clock position, we have none other than ZeTy.
And in the bottom left, another South American superstar. It is Dandy. Well, unlike TerrOr, who we know has all types of builds in all the matchups, Dandy, a lot more standard play. I don't expect to see anything other than maybe 1 Rax eBay or 2 Rax Academy. Like, I don't expect to see Factory. I don't expect to see 1-1-1. I don't expect to see any type of 1-base play. In general, just those two builds. But ZeTy, on the other hand, my experience versus him on the ladder, I used to think, well, he was just an all-in Ling player. But in the past few games I played versus him, actually transitioned into mid game, going into late game, and it was pretty darn strong.
Of course, nothing wrong with being an all-in Ling player, right?
Oh yeah, tell me about it, Doc Holiday. Tell me.
Oh man. But you know, I wouldn't be super upset going into Sylphid as the first map as a Zerg player. I like this map a lot. Nothing too crazy to get to worry about or anything like that. But ZeTy, I mean, does he? I gotta ask you, Nyoken, how much? Like, if you had to give me a chance, like a percent chance, like what's ZeTy's chances?
I don't think it's looking too hot because Dandy, he's just so good. TVZ. I don't think Dandy is the most active these days. Like, when he played Race Wars, he didn't look like he was untouchable. Like, he didn't look like the Dandy of the past, like BSL 5 or whatever, when he ended up winning BSL. But I would say probably at least 70-30 favorite for Dandy here. There is a world, I think, where ZeTy could win, but I think he would have to catch Dandy off guard. Like, if he came up with a Ling attack right before Medics and Dandy didn't suspect it, I think that's a way to win. If it just goes normal, I think Dandy's going to win. Like, Dandy is so good in a normal game that it's really hard to touch him in TVZ.
Yeah, those are long odds, man. I just feel like TVZ too is like if you're playing against a player who just plays super solid, it's so hard for Zerg, man. Like, I feel like a lot of times where you see a lot of successes where Zergs are able to get some kind of, maybe not dramatic, but some sort of advantage in the early game where, you know, Lings get a couple of kills here, or you delay some turrets, or something happens, right? But when you're facing up against a Terran who's just really super solid, knows their build order, doesn't get distracted, doesn't make those early mistakes, it's really hard because the mid game going into late is very, very difficult for Zerg once everything is all said and done in the early game.
Yeah, and Dandy's going for the more modern opener here. This is like a 315 gas, 320 gas, and it's followed up with the 330 Academy. So this is going to be the quick move out that I was talking about, where if you take a third base as Zerg, well, you better have built a lot of links to stop the Marines moving out. Because if you didn't, at minimum, that third base is dead. Potentially your nat might die if you didn't build Sunkens in time. So ZeTy needs to be on top of his scouting. However, as I've stated before, you can catch Terran right before Medics pop out with something like a Speedling attack. And if he can eliminate this SCV, I think we could see it. What also makes Dandy dangerous is, unlike other players that always go for 2-star port vessel, if he scouts Hydrogen or if he scouts that the Hive is late, he will tank push you. And he's got some of the best tank pushing I've seen in the foreign scene. Like, it's fast. As soon as he sieges and realizes that, well, he can continue to push, he'll unsiege and then re-siege again. Like, it's extremely quick that he'll get to your base. So ZeTy does need to be careful that a tank push could be coming. Now, this is interesting. This is already 9 Marines in comparison to my normal opener that's similar to this, 7 Marines. So already he's got more Marines than a normal 2 racks push. And look, drone is hitting to mid right. That's a dead base if Dandy finds it, and there's not more lings being built.
Yeah, this isn't exactly a crazy position. Like, you know, I wouldn't be super surprised if Dandy found this. But we do already have looks like a scan in the bottom right checking for base. So kind of interesting. Not going to spot it there. And we do have Sunkens on the way. So this push isn't going to crack the natural at any point.
Well, he scans the natural and sees that it's double sunken. This is already good damage, and he just backs off. If Zerg was more greedy and had just taken the 3rd base and didn't even respect at all for the Marines to continue pushing, this could have been bad for Dandy to move out, or to move back, I mean. But ZeTy was not too greedy. He did delay his 3rd hatch. It's just going to start now. The Muta timing is perfect. It's going to be popping at around 545, 550. So this is very standard opener from ZeTy. Oh, well, he needs to start that 3rd base. He does not want to get into a situation like the Jiren game where Jiren is all in on basically 2 base eco with 3 hatches and stuck on Mutatech. He really needs to get that up and running.
Ooh. Oh, this is Muta
12.
walking in.
Yep, and this is 12 Marines now with 3 medics, and now this is a consolidated army versus just 7 Mutas, and maybe a little bit of lag there. Not able to get off a Muta shot, but he picks off one of the medics. That's a big deal. Now he only has 2 medics left with no energy. What he moved?
What is going on?
Marines, none of them fight. 3 or 4 Mutalists die.
That must have been some kind of hardware issue, like his mouse is bugging out or something. Because there's no way. Not even at this level, but that was like ridiculous. That was like, I'm talking like CPL level play. Like, yeah, I am not sure what just happened there, but that was catastrophic.
Yeah, it for sure could have been like his mouse bugging out, and I mean, he ran over it 3 times. I could understand running over it once, but to do it 2 or 3 times, I mean, he definitely must have, something went wrong with the mouse or something with his hands. I don't know. But Dandy,
found now too.
Of course, yeah, he finds it. That's not long for this world. Meanwhile, behind us, Dandy's already going into 4 racks and teching at the same time, and he really hasn't lost any Marines at all. So ZeTy is in big trouble.
What is going on with this Muta control? The Mutas are just not wanting to shoot.
Yeah, we don't know what the turn. Oh, we can see the turn rate in the corner. It is turn rate 16 low, I think. So turn rate 16 low. It's manageable. Finally, this ball is going to get cleaned up simply because there's no energy on the medics, but damage is done.
Oh my gosh.
This
Man,
is looking.
The Mutas are so bruised right now.
Yeah, and this is looking basically almost identical to the Jiren game where we've got 3 Sunkens, we've got just Ling Muta, nothing really behind it versus a Terran who's gone unhindered, and there's just nothing really Zerg can do. The best he can hope for is try and maybe catch the Marine medic off guard on a move command like the Mutas were. If he can eliminate that, he can potentially stabilize the game, but I doubt that's going to happen.
Yet another Sunken.
Well, I mean, you have to. Dandy's got so much. Oh, he wants to go for a counterattack, but you can see the turrets. There's just so many of them.
These Mutas are so bruised. 2 Mutas have died.
Yeah, he can't do anything. I think the Sunkens were to set him up for a counterattack with just the Mutas, but there's just way too many turrets, way too many Marines, too much production. He's going to get intercepted again! Another Muta falls!
Man, this has just been a disaster for ZeTy all game. Like things are looking like okay going in the mid game there, but the mutas are, oh my gosh, still. Look at there's 6 mutas with like a third of HP each.
Yeah, ZeTy's somehow going to get his third base up because Triple Sunken is going to complete, but supplies tell the whole story. It's 84-41. Just a huge lead for Dandy. Tech is almost done too. His starport's about to finish, or it did finish.
Is the third gonna get up?
Oh, it doesn't seem like it's even gonna get up either. So Dandy, he's just gonna put on a clinic here. There's the GG, and it's over. Dandy, he's gonna go up 1-0.
I don't know what that was. That feels I feel so bad for ZeTy right now because clearly something was going wrong there. Like I don't know if that was just nerves or if it was something with the hardware or what was going on. But there's no way like that muta control was just mind-blowingly awful. And I'm not like even trying to flame him. It's just so surprising to see what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, he could have, I don't know if he got surprised that they were there, but like, for example, I'll give you a league example. Sometimes I'm in top lane one-on-one, right? And unbeknownst to me, like there's a jungler in the bush that I didn't know got there, and then they just pop out like Rengar. He pounces all on me, and then my hand just goes like, ah. And it's like, whoa, where'd that come from?
He's freaked out.
Yeah, he could have just spazzed out and didn't expect that the Marines were there. I mean, because that's really what it looked like. He spazzed out and just clicked all over the place. But I mean, happens sometimes. At least ZeTy got it out of the way in game 1. He still has a couple more games. It's a best of 5. It's not like he's down to a best of 1 now, where he can only lose one more game. But yeah, that was a bit unfortunate for ZeTy. He needs to get it together, especially versus somebody like Dandy, who will capitalize on mistakes like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the worst thing that you can take away, this is not like a morale-crushing loss either. That it's kind of funny because how bad that game went, it was almost like just the throwaway, right? It's just like, okay, that was a fluke. We go again, I play better, you know. That wasn't a reflection on how I actually match up versus this guy. Like, so at the very least, I don't feel like this was like a game that's gonna really tilt ZeTy too hard. When something that absurd happens in a game, I just don't know if you can take that one to heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like when you look at it, you're just like, okay, well, obviously I messed that up, but that's not gonna happen again, obviously. So he's decided that Vermeer's going to be his map choice. We're ready. Let's go into game 2.
Alrighty, guys. Well, welcome to Vermeer in the top left-hand corner, spawning as the Blue Zerg. We have ZeTy.
Yep, and in the bottom left, our Terran player. It is Dandy, and already this is an interesting scout pattern from ZeTy. And a lot of Zerg players are doing this, not just on Vermeer, but maps like Polypoid. They're going for these counterclockwise scouts, and Terran, you know, normally Terran would scout bottom right, for example, not see the Overlord coming from that direction, and not necessarily think that you're top right. So, interesting pattern, not really going to be a big deal here because Dandy, I don't think it's going to, I think he's normally just going to go bottom right anyways, and this is going to be a last scout regardless. Now, unlike TerrOr, I don't think this was necessarily designed, well, I don't think really ZeTy's going to be worried about an 8 racks at all. He's probably just going to go into 12 hatch. Don't think we're going to see overpull or anything. Dandy putting the depot in the main, so everything normal.
I just feel like, though, if you're going to do this weird counter, or like, I'll say non-standard Overlord Scout, don't you want to do something like maybe 9 pool or something in order to take advantage of the fact that you're potentially pulling a mind game on your opponent? It just seems very strange to do this because there's no real advantage to be gotten if you're going 12 hatch, right?
I mean, I would agree with that, but I haven't played Vermeer enough. Like, maybe Terran players are like scouting bottom middle, for example, here to check for Overlord, and then if they don't see it, they go to mid top left. Now, this is a lucky scout from Dandy to just go top left, because like I said, Usually, you would go to bottom right because it's kind of a double scout. You don't find Zerg there. If you don't see the Overlord there, then you think for sure, okay, this guy's got to be top left. He gets very lucky to scout him first. But ZeTy, he should be able to get that Overlord into position over the natural. And again, we see our Terran player cutting all the Marines. This could be a bit annoying. Drone's going to instantly pounce on that SCV, and now he's going to have to pull an SCV from his main.
I mean, with crazy drone micro too, you can get a lot done here.
Yeah, actually, whenever you see the drone, I think you need to build the Marine because this SCV is not mining the whole time. And you also risk losing the SCV. Now, I realize the Zerg could have sent the drone back too, but unlike Terran, Zerg is fine playing low drone count, low eco, because they always have those hatcheries with double, with the larva being constantly made. They can transition into multiple drones and multiple workers in the mid game quite easily, whereas Terran can't necessarily do that as easily. 4 lings being built from ZeTy. This is kind of middle of the road, not an overwhelming amount, but not just 2.
I like that
6.
he forces the scouting SCV out right away too.
Yeah, and versus somebody like Eon Zerg, this could be dangerous because you want to know, okay, is this guy going Spire? Is he speedlinging me? Is there a Hydra Den? This was really nice. Not only is he going to get a secondary scout, now he doesn't necessarily have to build a lot of Marines. I don't even know if that's a bunker going down at his natural. If it's a depot, this is an amazing follow-up for Dandy.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I'm actually really surprised that the SCV got to get back around, get into the main here. Keeping the mystery of the mid-game tech is so nice, Even scans are even important versus Mutalisk. Like being able to, not being able to use your scan to check third locations, not being able to potentially scan over the ridge just in case the mutas are doing a ton of damage and somehow you lost a turret or two and you really need that extra vision for your Marines to be able to shoot. It's just really good.
Yeah, and every scanner you cut is 2 SCVs additional for Terran. So this was a fantastic opener, and this is the Ling attack that I was talking about. If there's no bunker here, I would say at least 80% of the time, Dandy outright dies unless there's an instant SCV pull. With the depot and bunker SimCity, this attack should not work, but it still could. He could still just run by.
Oh, I love this SCV
moves out
scout.
at the perfect moment.
So clutch. Look at the SCV pull instantly in amazing position, blocking off not only just being able to get on the bunker, but the Marines that can't even get hit.
Yeah, and,
wow.
And this is why Dandy is so good. You would almost never see any other Terran player send out an SCV to check for that 450 Ling timing, but he's one of them, and he does it, takes no damage, and now ZeTy is on 1 drone at his nat. That's it in terms of mineral income. So basically, it's all in 2 hatch muta. All Terran has to do here is make sure there's no point where Zerg can overwhelm the turret line, and he's gonna be just fine going into the mid game.
Yeah, this is such an absurdly large commitment to have it to literally get no damage done. Like, it's just a death sentence. As you can see, there's no third on the map. Can't afford to make any sunkens or anything like that to potentially protect against a push. Like, there's no game plan. There's no turning around from having essentially no workers.
Yeah, and during this, I think ZeTy got supply blocked because his mutas should have already been done 550 at the latest, and they're just now going to be popping out at around 610 or so. So this is about 20 seconds late. Danny's turrets are more than ready. He's going to have multiple set up. This is going to be very hard for ZeTy to recover, especially with such a low drone count at his natural.
I mean, I like, if he had map hacks, what's the best decision here? I think maybe he just instantly kills the bunker. I mean, with the additional links, I don't even know. Like, even if he knew everything that was going on in this main, what does he do?
Yeah, I mean, the turret positioning is kind of fantastic. There's not really any area for Zerg to get damage onto the racks. He can't engage here because there's turrets. There's really no hole for ZeTy to exploit. Like, his best I honestly don't know his best move here. Like, he's got a lot of lanes. Wait for Dandy to move out and pounce on it, I think is the best. But Dandy, he just keeps scanning the net because that's all he needs to do. He's just like, okay, dude, are you still all in? Yes? Okay, I'm just going to sit here.
It's just so funny how indicative, like he just looks, oh, no drones. Well, I guess I don't have to do anything.
Yeah, it's so true though. He's already scaling his tech. I guess if there ever is an unfavorable engagement, it could be worrisome since he is only on two barracks. But look, he's got 4 turrets right here. Like in what world is Zerg gonna really engage here? I mean, ZZ's trying, but you can see why you don't do that. He loses 4 turrets. 5 mutas for 2 turrets.
The rest of them are all completely bruised up. Any additional engagement, look, he's just gonna go in. He's gonna lose a muta every time.
Yeah, he's not able to swap out any mutas either, because if he swaps them out, well, he's still only stuck with like 5 or 6 total, and that's just not enough for Terran to be scared. So ZZY, he kind of has to transition, but he kind of has to all in at the same time. I don't think he can do anything.
6 hits at the natural.
Yeah, like I said, Dandy, he just has to not die. Look at this. He only scans the net. Because that's all he has to do. He's just like, how many drones? Still 1? All right, I'm still sitting here. 4 turrets. I think there's a lack of turrets at the bottom side of the command center, but if he goes there, he's never getting out.
There's 6, but there's 6 turrets in the way of that. You can't go over the natural.
You just can't do anything. You absolutely can't. This is the move that I think ZZY kind of had to make. But
yeah, like a year ago, though.
Yeah, a year ago with mutas, but he just doesn't have enough. This is a cute move using the Lings to combo for the mutas. Takes down one of the turrets, can take down a second one. There's no medics here, so the Marines can die somewhat quickly, but as you stated, the mutas are so bruised that he can't commit too hard to this.
Well, you better watch out. There's only 5 turrets left.
Well, he does have +1 weapon.
He repairs. It's not. He doesn't even get it after diving in 3 times.
Yeah, because his mutas are so bruised, he doesn't want to lose multiple at once. He comes in for round 2, finally takes it out, but he's lost 2 mutas in the process. 3.
Oh my god. This is... Danny is so good, dude.
This is what happens when you play versus a top tier player and then you all in versus him and it fails. Like, you're just stuck. You kind of have to wait for the Terran to make the move and make a mistake, but when Terran's got scan and sees you're still on 1 drone, they're just gonna sit there and wait because they know critical mass wins. And now ZZY, okay, this is the best engagement he could possibly get. He's got isolated Marines with no vision, and it's still gonna be Dandy trading very effectively.
Oh my god. There's 4 mutas that are just straight up blue, man.
Like I said, that's the best engagement he could possibly get. He finally loses 1 muta. He's killed so many Marines this time around, but it's just not enough. Now irradiates out on the map instantly.
He just leaves. Yeah. Oh man, that is so rough. What a game. I cannot believe how rough these have been for ZZY so far, man. It's a slaughter. It feels unfair. Danny is just playing out of his mind, not making any mistakes. Like that rescout with the SCV right before the Lings came in was just so good. You know what I mean? Like, he's not lazy at all. He's not cutting any corners. He just wins. So good. And I don't know what ZZY can do going into the next one. Like, what do you do? What's the game plan here? He tried to go for a Ling all-in at the natural expansion. That got scouted and got completely obliterated. He tried to play a more normal, taking a normal third base. That got obliterated. What do you do now?
I think he's just got to play the Sylphid opener and try and play a normal game. It's going to be hard because Dandy's so good at it. I do want to make a suggestion to ZZY. Next time he does that Ling attack, instead of making 6 in the beginning, where Terran...
2 or 4.
Yeah, we're 2 or 4 because Terran had 0 Marines, right? Like, when Terran has 0 Marines versus 6 Lings, they're going to build a bunker. But if you only build 2 or 4, well, maybe Terran doesn't build a bunker there, and then all of a sudden it's 12 lanes. Potentially Terran doesn't have a bunker during that attack, and then
there's the depot
you
or
can
something.
then you can then there's only a depot, and maybe you can win there. But after forcing the depot and then doing it, it was a bit of a misstep there. I mean, it's a slight thing, but
It
obviously
could,
it could work,
make a
yes.
difference.
But I think in general, if you're gonna beat Dandy here, I mean, he even scouted for it, like, so he knows too. He's aware of the timing. I think you just have to play normal and beat him in a straight up game, which is just so hard.
Yeah, and honestly too, like I, I feel like Dandy has to know that he's probably the favorite in this situation, right? So when you're the favorite, don't you just want to play safe? Like you're not looking to cut that bunker just to get that tiny little edge. You know what I mean? I feel like there's not going to be any holes for ZeTy to exploit in Dandy's early game, because I think he's going to make smart plays to make sure he gets himself into a mid game situation where he can win.
Yeah, exactly. So ZeTy, he's going to need to come up with something special. He's decided Butter's the map to do it on. Players are ready. It's time to get into game 3. This could be a 3-0 for Dandy unless ZeTy takes a win here.
Alrighty, guys. Well, in the top right-hand corner, spawning as the blue Terran in very, very dominant form, but also in slow motion, we have Dandy.
Yeah, this is super lag. What's this? Yeah, hit him with the question mark. That's what I would be doing.
I saw the lobby, and we had a red bar. So
Yeah, I don't know what this is. This is like BattleNet, original BattleNet ladder in fast mode, just unplayable. So we're gonna remake. Maybe there was I don't know, some type of bug.
I like the question mark XD though. It was very classy by Dandy.
Yeah. If you're playing ladder, the question mark would be followed up by from.
Yeah, from. Or just long string of Korean characters that you can only assume are just the most terrible insults.
Why lag? Are you Korean? That's generally what they say.
Why lag though? It's like, yeah, my bad, dude. I totally
it's me.
Not lie. I forgot.
My bad. I hit that lag button on the router.
Yeah, my bad. Let me just turn my lag knob down to 0. I put it up earlier, because I wanted to lag earlier. My bad. Oh no!
Zero created in slow. Alright, let's get into the potential final game between these two players. We see that red bar, but fastest is enabled, so.
Alrighty. Well, here we go. Now spawns have switched. Could make all the difference. In the top right-hand corner, coming off a rough couple of games, we have ZeTy in the blue.
Yep, and in the bottom right, one game away from making it into the winner's bracket finals, it is Dandy. So this map, when I was originally seeing it on pro streams, almost everybody was playing mech play. It seemed like nobody could play bio on it, but the more and more games we're getting on it, bio is becoming more of the norm. But I wonder what triggered the mech openers. Obviously I don't have connections to the pros, but it is interesting when people think, okay, this strategy just flat out can't work, and then all of a sudden you see it all the time.
I just don't understand anyone who plays mecha ever. I'm not gonna lie. I just feel like bio seems to be so much more skill expressive when it comes to Terran's ability to just shut down and crush a Zerg player. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I get that like mech can be very strong on some maps, but I just feel like if you are the better player and you know it, bio just seems like the way to really leverage your ability, your skill over your opponent.
Well, that is true, but Bio is hard to play once it gets to mid and late game. Terran has a hard time controlling Marine Medic. I realize Zerg obviously has a hard time controlling Ling Lurker Defiler, but it is tough to play Bio, so maybe that's why a lot of players, or some players, play Mech. You have to ask 80s Mullet for his input on why he doesn't play Bio at all. Well, we've got normal opener from both players. It's a 12 hatch again. Meanwhile, standard Rax timing, standard Scout timing. And Dandy not going for fast gas, so it's not going to be any tech from him. There is the 205 pool, 205 extractor. This is very, very normal. So we should see the 545 mutas that I was talking about, unless something weird happens that delays the Spire. Now
Man,
again...
I was gonna say, do you even want to see Spire? I feel like something's got to change, right? Like maybe we force out the SCV and we go for a Lurker instead, or something. Because Muta has not proven to be the winning strategy here.
I think that could be a win condition for ZeTy here. I mean, if I'm Dandy, I want to see the mutas. I can tell you that. It seems like he's just so strong versus it. ZeTy does need to do something special, though. So far, his normal play didn't work. His Ling play didn't work. We see that he has spent the 100 gas. It is going straight into Lair. And behind this again, it is the 2 Rax follow-up. Now remember, I mentioned Dandy has no Marine. So if this is 6 Lings again, it could be another bunker instantly. And it looks like it is going to be 6 Lings. There it is. It's going to be 8 Lings. So again, he's going to force out a bunker. So if ZeTy goes for another Ling attack like he did, I don't see it happening. I would really like him to push this SCV out, hold position Lings at the entrance, and then put down the Hydra dip. But instead,
This SCV's got a significant amount of HP, though. It's going to take a while to push this out with only 2 Lings.
Yeah, well, what I meant was push it out and then leave 2 on hold position, and then he can't get back in. But instead,
the natural.
Oh, well, the bunker's not done, so Dandy did mistime it, and now it's
1 Marine.
Yeah, but there is 2 Rax production. That's a good drill. Now, this is what ZeTy needed, because now everything is thrown off. A big misplay from Dandy right there. Marine pops out. It does get jumped on and dies. Another one's going to get jumped on and dies. Behind this, we don't know the Academy timing or what's going on with Dandy's build right now, but what we do know is he is in deep trouble, and ZeTy could be linging this now. Looks like the SCV in the main base of ZeTy finally died. Not sure if he was actually watching the SCV, of course, because of all the chaos going on. The Lings do get cleaned up. They kill, 4 Marines, maybe 1 SCV, but this was huge damage.
Yeah, that was excellent. I'm really surprised that last Marine got in the bunker, too. It had like 1 HP.
I can't believe that bunker was not in time. That looks like Dandy got a little bit too greedy, whether it was building an additional SCV or an additional Marine or something.
Scouting, though.
Yeah, this is
what
Dandy,
a big
man.
brain, dude.
He doesn't let anything slip by. He always wants to be on top of his scouting, and he does confirm the Spire timing. He needs to get his eBay down right now if it hasn't already started.
Honestly, I can't believe that he's making more Lings, though.
Yeah, this can be dangerous. Like, when you deal damage like this, one way to throw is you turn your lead into an all-in. Of course, he does have the Lings where he could combo it for a killing blow, but with the bunker already done, just like last game, it's going to be hard to make that work. He, of course, could be using them just to make sure that Marines and Medics can't go for an instant counterattack, but after all those SCVs being pulled and all the Marines he killed, I think that's kind of an unlikely scenario. Like, Danny's not going to move out with 3 Marines, right? Like, that's just not going to happen. So, again, it's not a huge deal because ZeTy still has decent drone count at his natural, but it is something to think about if ZeTy does somehow allow, or if Dandy does somehow crawl back in this game.
These Lings even delayed 2 of the mutas. We only got an initial 4 muta pop, so as you can see, the last 2 kind of trailing behind a little bit. But I mean, overall, it's not a horrible commitment. Like I thought he was going to continue to produce Lings or something like that, but he's taking his third. He is kind of moving towards a normal mid game here. So having a couple of additional Lings to support the mutas in the middle of the map is not a terrible idea.
Well, I thought that SCV was going to die before the turret completes, but it ends up surviving, does complete. But you can see that there's just not a lot of bio right now, so these Lings could pounce on that bunker like it's doing right now. He's running into
they're going
the
into the main!
Yeah, but there's turret support, and all of the Lings die! So that was not worthwhile for ZeTy here. And behind this, you can see that the SCV count is very healthy at the natural and main, but the problem for Dandy now is still the bio count is very low. The medic count is decent at 3. I'm sure they have enough energy, but he's got to be careful being so far forward. If ZeTy was more on top of his muta control right there, I think he could have picked off maybe 1 or 2 Marines.
Yeah, I feel like ZeTy, though, with that Ling run by, I don't think he expected 4 Marines in the bunker with how little Marines were on the map protecting the barracks. Because, I mean, I guess it's kind of a reasonable assumption that, you know, you only see a couple of Marines protecting your production. Maybe there's, you know, maybe that's all the Marines that there are right now. But, man, what is this SCV doing?
He drew the attention away from the mutas, and the mutas still kill 4 Marines, but they end up losing. He ends up losing 3 of them. Remember last game, ZeTy did get +1 weapon though, and look at that turret placement. It's going to be hard to defend the turrets with such a low bio count and only 2 barracks. So Dandy does need to be careful. And this is what I was talking about. Those Marines were so far forward to die instantly. These are the trades that he needs. He does have a 3rd base. He does have 3 gas, and I did see him put down a Hydra Den. So he is not all in here. He is transitioning.
Well, I mean, you know, this has just been so much time bot, though. Like, keeping that bio count down for this long is going to make the eventual move out for Dandy take quite a lot longer, and that's really what you want as a Zerg player, right? Like, the whole idea is you're trying to get your 3rd base, you're trying to get your Defilers to take your 4th. And oh my gosh, we're even getting lurkers potentially here out on the map to try and contain this for even longer.
Yep, and what I was about to say is even though Dandy really hasn't scanned, he needs to go into 1 fact, 1 port, and the reason for that is he's taken so much damage. His star ports are so low, or so slow, that there's no way he can get out in the map and deny a lurker contain at his natural. The only way to actually contest it in a game like this is to actually build tanks. So that's why you see him going for the add-on here. It's just to simply not get contained. Obviously he can use it for a push, but that's the main reason. If the lurkers honestly could have been set up already. They're not right now, but ZeTy, he's about to get them set up. 4 are morphing on the left side of the map, 7 even. Right, that's another big stem. I don't think Dandy has really built any more medics, so those medics may have no energy. Lurkers still have gone unscouted, just barely out of range.
Oh my god,
of Dandy.
That's ridiculous. That totally looks like you should be able to see them on the edge of your vision there.
Yeah, well, Dandy's got to be careful now. Very careful. This is his basically only bio ball. This is basically the only bio ball that he has. Once this is gone, I think he has 6 Marines, and that's it. This is a ton of lurkers, too. Ooh, he may have saw those move into position. Not sure if they actually got within range of the Marines or not, but 7 lurkers in an arc, and he's found an exposed spot. This is the Gypsy spot. Muta's at the bottom right corner, and this is a nightmare for Terran to deal with.
Yeah. 2 Marines trying to come over and help over here, not gonna cut it, man.
Dandy has crawled back. Supplies are 85 to 80. Still manageable for Terran. He's got a huge army now. He's got the 3 tanks, like I said, or like I was expecting. Now he's going to start pushing. The Hive kind of just started, so the Defiler mount's pretty late. He can win a fight here. Oh my god, is he just going to jump on it? All of the Marines are clumped up. I don't know if Dandy's paying attention. He stims. The lurkers are in range. They get a
God.
huge connection, but there's still 3 tanks in the backline, so Dandy can't, or ZeTy can't commit to this.
Even still, though, that was such a huge number of Marines getting taken out now. There's no way the tanks can come across the map, because the Muta's still going to be able to pick this stuff up.
Well, I didn't get to see how many mutas survived, okay? There's only 3, and this is going to be a tank push across the map, and Dandy pushes quickly. If ZeTy's not looking, all of a sudden his 7 lurkers might be gone. So he needs to be careful to reposition those, otherwise those are going to die pretty quickly. Yeah, Dandy's already killed 4 of them. Now he's marching across the map, and this looks unstoppable. He had 3 mutas.
And you were not lying when you talk about the speed at which he pushes.
Yeah.
He instantly unsieges.
He is by far the best pushing Terran in Terran versus Zerg. Without question. He will instantly get to your base. These are dead, 100%. Yeah. I don't even think you can really burrow. Like, he's gonna kill them. Goodbye.
Oh, got a tank? I mean, it's more than I was thinking they were gonna do.
This is over. There's no Defilers, there's no Guardians, there's Lurkers, but the tanks, hello, they're in position.
Yeah, the den isn't even finished. It's not like we have Consume on the way and he just has to hold on.
ZeTy has to go. He's got to go. The tanks are focusing the Lurkers. They're not even focusing the Sunkets.
This is kind of crazy.
This is just patented Dandy. And behind this, look at this. Rallied units coming across the map. There's absolutely no units on the left side for ZeTy. No production. Look, Dandy's still focusing down the Lurkers. Still pushing with these tanks. This is why he's so dangerous. He doesn't have to play 2-port. Like I said, you must hit your Defiler mount timing versus him, and this is exactly why. This game's over. ZeTy taps out. It's a 3-0 for Dandy.
Dude, a dream situation for ZeTy too. Like, I don't think you can't expect the early game to go any better than that. Like, a crazy amount of damage got done. The Mutamicro was... To be fair, not like the best, right? There were a lot of opportunities for him to do significantly more damage, I think, with the Mutalists originally. But even still, he kind of got handed a mid to late game, like kind of on a silver platter. But the Defiler Den was never completed. We had the Hive very quickly, but then the Den just recently went down before the end of the game there. So a little surprised that ZeTy let that one kind of slip through the cracks.
Yeah, I think that was ZeTy's game to take right there. If you're ever going to take a game from Dandy, that's the one that you're going to get. And unfortunately for ZeTy, not able to capitalize on his big lead. And Dandy, he moves into the winner's bracket. No shocker to me there because Dandy's just so good. But it does set up an epic finals for us. It's going to be NbA versus Dandy. We still do not know who's going to be coming out from the loser's bracket. But what we do know is TerrOr versus JDConan is going to be next, and that's going to be our final series of the day, guys. We're going to go into a break, and then we'll be back with that series, so don't go anywhere.
guys, it's Zero here, and I'm creating this recording because I realized by reading the forums, Reddit and other forums, that many of you are not finally understanding the format of BSL, which makes you harder to follow it and which makes you harder to be hype about it. And I want to make this short video just to explain the basics of this tournament, just to give you some basics information so you will know the basics, the basic idea which stand behind this tournament and how it looks like. I hope it will be clear and easy, and that it will make the whole experience of watching this incredible season, because in my eyes it's the best season ever we created. I hope that it will make this entire experience earlier. And my table, oh, it's here. My table is the star, the background star of this, of this video. So, first of all, guys, I will tell you that BSL15 started, and the overall idea, as you probably can see here, it's continental championships, which means that we are doing continental championships for each continent which is having many players in BSL, which is Asia region, Latino America region, North America region, and European region. And from those 4 continental championships, top 4 players are advancing to the season finals. So we will make 4 continental championships, and top 4 players are advancing to the season finals, which makes season finals round of 16 season finals of BSL season 15. So right now we just ended BSL Asia Championships, and we are after 2 groups of BSL Latino America Championships. And I will allow myself to show you this this whiteboard, where I created the infographic how this season looks like. So we had the ladder stage as usual, right? Then after the ladder stage, same as in BSL 14, certain amount of players from each individual region qualifies. In previous season in BSL 14 we had 4 players from each region plus 4 players from the world, right? But this season we extended it and made 16 players from each region actually qualifying to BSL season 15, which, as you can see over here, we already had Asian championships. So this is all those games were casted. They were casted on TerrOr, and Latino America championships. All those games are also casted. And they will be casted on TerrOr. And for now, we don't have any information about extending the cooperation with TerrOr for June, but until the end of May, for sure, we will cast it on TerrOr. So those continental championships are actually the continental championships within the certain region, and top 4 representatives of this region will advance to the season finals. And as you can see, the format is different than in a previous season, because normally we had 4 players seeded in the round of 16 and 24 players advancing to the round of 24. From those 24 players, 12 advanced to the round of 16, plus those 4 means 16, means round of 16 into round of 8 bracket, which means we would have only this part of the bracket. But in this season, we extended I changed how the groups looks like. So as you can see over here, in each individual championships, 3rd player from the round of 16 group stage is advancing to the loser bracket, which automatically gives us more matches to watch, more broadcasts of BSL, and also even more even way for the players to stay in the tournament, because it's simply like you can sometimes be very, very good, but if there is only single elimination bracket and you will get the Super GoKu player at the beginning, you can go further. So this loser bracket enables this option to go further. So I think this is great. And we extended it not only for every single continental championships, but also for the season finals of BSL. And as you can see, we already have players who advance from the Asian region. From each individual region, we will have players who will join those baskets. And then my beautiful wife, Karolcia, make excellent group draw and make best groups ever. As always, it's hard to do them always best ever, right? She's good. She's simply good. So the season finals will be also extended to the for the over the loser bracket. So this is it. This is BSL 15. But also many people are be asking why Mihu isn't seeded in the BSL 15. Because Mihu won BSL 14, which is a part of the whole BSL 2022 circle. And BSL 14 gave Mihu seat in BSL 16, which will be also extended.
All right, we're back. This is going to be the final best of 3 of the day. It's the losers bracket, so whoever loses here is going to be out. Again, it's going to be another TVZ. This time around, TerrOr versus JDConan. And we know it's Doc Holliday's absolute favorite player. I was made aware of that in an older cast as we were casting together.
He seems very upset about it too, not being my favorite. But I'm
never gonna forget
it, man.
It's Zero here.
Look, dude. Okay, look.
This
Here's the thing about TerrOr. Okay, TerrOr he's creative. He's very interesting to watch. He'll play any build at any time. I just feel like he's super proactive on the map all the time, and he's really nice. He's a nice guy. I love TerrOr. I'm standing behind it. Favorite tournament player in the foreign scene. It's not even a Zerg player, okay? So don't take it personally.
No, it's a dirty Terran player.
Yeah.
They're so NbA, and I agree. He's got some of the best map presence and usage of mines in particular. You watch any Terran versus Protoss game of TerrOr, you know that he's going to have mines set up everywhere. He's so diligent. Especially mines. As far as TVZ, you nailed it. He does everything. 1 base, 2 base, he does it all. And JDConan's going to have his work cut out for him because I think TerrOr is even above Dandy in terms of absolute skill. In terms of Terran versus Zerg, I'm not sure if TerrOr Dandy, but I think JDConan's got a decent shot. If I was to compare him to ZeTy, I would say they have similar styles, but my experience for JDConan is the build orders and the timings are slightly cleaner. So that Ling attack that we saw, if we see it from JDConan, could lead to a victory. Our first map again is going to be Sylphid. Are ready? Let's go.
Alrighty, and again, well, in the red, spawning here in the bottom left-hand corner, we have TerrOr.
And in the mid-right, our blue Zerg, it is JDConan. Holiday. I always make predictions for what players are going to do in the beginning. It's your boy playing at the mid-left. What's the opener for TerrOr?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be this, but I really wish it was some kind of weird 8-Rex. But I honestly think he's going to just do a gaseous expand, because I see him do it a whole lot. And I feel like he's got to feel pretty confident going into this one.
I agree. I think he's going to be definitely confident. Even though I see that there's a depot, I was expecting to see the wall off in his main, go into some type of 1 base play. But the fact that there is no depot at his entrance and no wall kind of eliminates all those possibilities. He still go for tech, but he would have to micro a vulture in that scenario. And if he can ever wall, I think I've always seen TerrOr go for the wall whenever he techs. So this is probably the gaseous expand. We do have another 9-pool opener. So again, a Zerg player going to get frisky and in the face of our Terran player pretty quickly.
Yeah, I like this decision. Again, as rare as it is to see a 9-pool, I think it's like a very assertive way to open a series. Especially if you're not going to commit with like any kind of speed or anything like that. As long as you get a couple of SCVs and maybe a Marine or two, you're not like so, it's not as crazy as I think a lot of people seem to think that going 9-pool is. And I think getting a assertive start against a player like TerrOr and letting him know that you're not afraid to cheese him out may help in the long run versus a player like TerrOr again who is not afraid to cheese you out. You know what I mean? I think putting him on notice for this series might be kind of helpful, and you're not going to need to deal with a factory outside of your third base or something like that. Like you know, every once in a while, TerrOr is willing to do.
Yeah, and yesterday we did see TerrOr fall actually to I wouldn't necessarily say a cheese follow-up because it did go into like a mid-game stage, but to a weird timing in both games. So we do have 4 SCVs moving into position. That's pretty much the number you need to hold off a 9 pull here. However, it is Sylphid, where positioning SCVs can be a bit awkward. Those are very far forward. Oh, really good control. He saves 1. Second one's going to fall, though. 2 are going to fall. Okay, he does end up cleaning up all of the Zerglings. However, getting 2 SCVs there is pretty worth for the 6 Lings, in my opinion. Actually, 5 Lings, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, definitely could go way worse than that, especially with such advanced notice, and with a player of TerrOr's caliber. You know, so I feel like when you get 2, this is like kind of like the going even. Oh my God!
Well, what I was gonna say is this. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I feel like TerrOr was offended by the idea of 9 pulling him, and now he's just like, you know what? You think you can get away with this versus me?
Oh my gosh, the Overlord is going to miss it! If he saw it, I think he builds a Sunken in his main, and I think he would win this game. But now he has no idea. The Marines and Medic and SCVs are here, and behind this actually TerrOr has SCVs to mine continuously. This is a dead base. You can't save this, JDConan. You need Sunkens in your main and try and play 1 base Spire from here. 100% gone. No, can't do that either. I think this is just such an unusual scenario for JDConan that he's going to fall here. And, you know, TerrOr, he's probably done this maybe not millions of times, but dozens of times. He's more comfortable in a scenario like this. I don't know about this. This was a lot of SCVs not mining. He's going to kill the hatch, but Lair's done. Like, this is going to be a Spire.
I think it's so funny how much that experience counts for in these situations, though. Like the difference between a cheeser, like someone who does cheese a lot and someone who doesn't cheese a lot, like, it's so big. Like the response that we're gonna see, I think, from JDConan is gonna be something that he is not comfortable with doing. So it's all gonna be ad-libbed here. Where I feel like TerrOr has enough experience where he's got a game plan following this up.
Yeah, he's had the money for the Spire for the entire time, and he goes into a Hydra Den. This is just another way where TerrOr gets you. He's what's the word? He thrives in the chaos. Like, he knows that you've never been in this situation before, whereas he has. Now he's got 2 racks, 1 base academy versus a 1 hatch lurker.
You see what? This is why he's my favorite player, dude. This kind of stuff is just so cool. And, like, I just feel like it makes it so much fun to play against, because he's like the Omni player. He can play a completely standard game. He can play a normal game and absolutely tear you a new one. But at the same time, he's not afraid to do crap like this.
Yeah, look at this. Instead of repairing the bunker, which he knew was gonna die, by the way, he's like, well, I'm just gonna scout with it. And because he's got luck on his side, SCV glitches out through the pool.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Survives a little bit longer, which buys him time to build even more Marines up before getting counterattacked. I mean, this is just the dream scenario for TerrOr. The only thing that Conan has going for him is TerrOr can never feel confident moving out except for the first 2 medics. But then he's got to be cautious for hold position lurkers. He's got to be cautious. He doesn't know how many lurkers are being built. Is Zerg powering? I mean, that's it.
All right. Well, I mean,
that's the third base mid right.
Conan is doing a really nice job, kind of, you know, really prioritizing keeping TerrOr in the dark here. And I like the choice to go Lurkers. I mean, like, if this was the plan the whole time, I think going Lurkers is the right call here. Because you know that there's going to be a significant amount of time before any kind of response to Lurker is up.
Well, Marines and medics are moving across the map, but like I said, Lurkers on hold position will be ready, which is why this is such a dangerous spot for TerrOr to move out. He could also get counterattacked. I realize it's only 4 Lings, but when you only have 1 scan, if Lings can keep a Lurker alive, that's all you need. So Lurker gets spotted in the middle of the map. He may think that this is the only Lurker, and he may feel confident stemming into the natural, and there's already 2 set up.
Oh my god, he is literally walking past it.
Oh, he needs to burrow. He needs to burrow. Does he know? No. He does give away that the Lurkers are there. It's still fine because it keeps TerrOr back, but this could have been the whole army being killed. Also, TerrOr letting that Lurker get away means that the Lurker can set up at mid-right, and TerrOr has no idea that actually JDConan has transitioned this into 3 bases already.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. This is such a crazy game plan, but I love it, man. The 1 Lurker on the top of that with a sunken is going to be able to hold off the minuscule amount of bio that's out here on the map right now. Oh my gosh, and somehow the Firebats get baited into the Lurker line, and that is actually huge.
Yeah, Zerg needs to go Spire now, and the reason I say that is it's obvious Terran's going to be going into Factory, and that means tanks are going to be coming, and we know Terran's on 1 base, so if you can get Mutalisk up, whether you kill the bio ball or not doesn't really matter. All you have to do is kill the tank, because the bio can't push into Sunken Lurker. They just can't do it. Instead, we see JDConan. He's going to go into Evolution Chamber, so he may be transitioning this into Crazy Zerg. He may just be transitioning this into like 3-hatch Massling Lurker and try to fight you with +1 in the center of the map.
Well, either way, this has been quite an interesting start to this game. I do have to say that it was a little bit of a missed opportunity, though, that he kind of let those Lurkers fire instead of letting TerrOr kind of walk into the natural expansion. Because, I mean, you saw the stim forward there. It was almost perfect.
Yeah.
But just that little bit of advance notice via the first 2 spines just kind of ruined the whole situation. But all right. Really like that TerrOr is, as per usual, being very active on the map, finds that 3rd base. So now the game is given up a little bit. Now TerrOr has all the information he needs to make decisions at this point. So the question is kind of like, what decisions is he going to make? Because as you said, he's very limited on scans since he only has 1 CC. So he does have to wait for this vessel to come out. But this is going to be very important timing here.
Yeah, this is going to be a really hard attack to stop with no Mutalisk. If he had, like, he's got the gas. I realize he spent 150 probably on the Carabase and for Lurkers, but if he had like 8 Mutas here, potentially could pop tanks if they're ever like too close to a ledge, for example. There's a dropship out, so JDConan does need to be careful to not get dropped at his 3rd base, or even the natural at the bottom side could be vulnerable.
This is kind of a devious move. Like, just not going right away for the vessel and going dropship instead is kind of brilliant. I think this is going to get a lot of work done. There is that 1 sunken, though, that's going to make the drop kind of have to be managed a little bit. It could be very annoying. Oh, it just gets barely spotted by the Lings.
Yep,
This is only a single dropship, so it's not going to do that much damage if it gets scouted.
Ooh, stem forward. He is not going to commit to that. Good defense from Conan, and repositioning the Lurkers into at the 3rd base. So that drop's going to get denied again. At least TerrOr's going to see that there's not much mining going down here, but so far the drop really hasn't done much of anything. I guess it did get intel also into the main to see that there's no Spire. Very fast Hive for how the game has unfolded. And again, another unload, but instantly reloading up is TerrOr. Still a 25 supply lead for him, and he does finally have his Nat up.
All right, well, this is kind of going to be the deciding moment of the game here as a push comes out of the natural expansion, with the vessel, of course, no longer going to be completely held off by these Lurkers. these siege tanks going to be able to really pummel this natural expansion or the third, whichever one looks like it's going to be the natural. Oh, I love this! It looks like he's going to use the dropship just to distract the Zerg as he decides to go in for an attack over here at the natural expansion. But this single lurker is going to spot this. This is just so much Terran, and there is no tech that's going to be able to contest these tanks.
Yeah, and of course, JDConan doesn't know that there's nothing in there, so he has to respect that there could be a drop at the third, drop in the main, so he can't just be out in the center of the map with wings and lurkers. He's going to try and fight here, but there's just not enough lurkers to engage. Also, Terra's attacking right before... Oh no, +1 armor did kick in, but it's before Hive, it's before Defiler Mound. And just like in the Dandy game, he's just going to push through with these couple tanks.
Yeah, and look at the control of the bio too. Like the entire time that engagement could have potentially just gone all in like that. I mean, the bio was really arced out there. Like he's not gonna get caught by, you know, some random lurker spines and ruin his own push here. He's just gonna slowly play this out and pressure this natural expansion, and then it's gonna be all over.
Yeah, there's just not enough production for JDConan. If he had macro hatches in his main or his third base, maybe he could overwhelm this army, but as played, it's just 2 hatch production, really. The 6 lings from the backside aren't enough. Here comes JDConan. It's like 6 lurkers, a handful of lings, a big stem, a big D matrix from TerrOr, and look how little of Terran dies here, easily plowing through.
Yeah, man. This is looking pretty good there for a minute, but unfortunate tech decision. I mean, there was really not that much bio on the map. Like, Mutas could really have delayed this push for super long and gotten that, you know, the Defiler Den out or something. But instead, you know, just going for the Carapace, and it really didn't afford JDConan any kind of real advantage there at the end there.
Well, I did like JDConan's 3-hatch follow-up. He did get back into the game in what looked like an unplayable position. Like, he tried to double sunken, they both got cancelled, he lost his hatch. He built so many lings, and the first attack even got denied. He had to go for a secondary attack, and his Hydra didn't got scouted. So really, TerrOr had all the information he needed, he had a massive lead. I think JDConan pretty much did the best he could do in the situation he was in, but he still loses the game to TerrOr. Now he's down to his last life, and he needs to pick a good map here. If you're Zerg, what are you picking?
I don't even know. I mean...
Well, we saw Gladiator. What do you think about Gladiator?
I think Gladiator is good if you're going to do something silly. Like if you want to 9-pull him again, Gladiator's awesome. You know what I mean? But I just feel like it's such a big map, and playing against TerrOr is pretty rough. So, unfortunately, I have spoiled myself on the map choice, so I can no longer give you an uninformed decision. But, I don't know about Gladiator.
Yeah, if I was Zerg, I think I would pick Gladiator because it's just such a good map. There's so many bases. If you can play a macro game, if you're comfortable in that, I mean, there's like 16 bases on the map. So much eco. You can literally take almost any base, and it's hard for Terran to deal with, whether it's a high ground third at the middle bases, or whether it's a nat or main. Every base is hard for Terran to deal with. We'll wait and see what JDConan comes up with, but TerrOr, he looks as fearsome as ever. I mean, that's a risky move to pull out the SCVs. He must have had a read that Conan skimps out on lings, and he read right. The map choice is going to be Overwatch. Let's get into game 2.
Alrighty, guys. Well, in the top left-hand corner, spawning as a blue Terran, we have TerrOr.
And in the bottom right, it is JDConan. And I realize that this is JDConan's pick. I think this is a big mistake to pick any map that you can wall on versus someone like TerrOr, who will show you one thing, but actually something completely different is going on behind it. If you wanted to play a 2-player map, I think Butter would have been a better one, because I think it was edited where you can't completely wall off the natural. Could be wrong though, but I think this is a big mistake versus TerrOr in particular. However, if you practice this map and this is your most comfortable map, you just got to go with what you practice, and there is that SCV moving out for the wall.
Yeah, I think that is a very salient point. It's like you can mix it up on ladder, you can mix it up in friendlies and stuff like that, but you don't want to mix it up in a tournament game, especially when it's your last life. If you're trying to make critical decisions about how to play the build order, you've already lost, because there's no way that TerrOr is going to play something that he doesn't know like the back of his hand. But we do have some walling going on, and that is really such an annoying thing to have to deal with as a Zerg player. I'm very curious on what the response is going to be to this.
I think this is going to be 3-hatch, actually, before pool. This is such an interesting drone scout. It is also TerrOr, so he might be worried about an 8 racks. So that might be the reason. But honestly, I think what he's looking for is whether it's a wall or not. And if he sees a wall, he's going to 3-hatch on location at bottom middle. But after last game, where he got SCV pulled, that's a risky move. But I really do think we're going to see the 3rd hatch.
I don't know about on location there.
Drone. Good micro so far. Did he build the pool? Okay, he did build the pool at the bottom side. Yeah.
That's a little unfortunate. I always love to see a good 3-hatch before pool. Such a ridiculous build order if you can get away with it.
Yeah, because if it's a wall, and even if TerrOr techs, like let's say he techs behind this, and it's not necessarily a command center, I mean, what is Terran really going to do? Are they going to attack you with a vulture, which does no damage to a hatchery? Unlikely. So I think this could have been a good option to go for the 3rd hatch, but JDConan has opted against it. He's just going to play normal, and TerrOr is just going to expand, but Overlord is going to spot it any second now. Now this is
there
where...
a world where you build your CC on the high ground just so that the Overlord doesn't see it at the natural?
Yes. In fact, I think it was Eon Zerg versus Firebat Hero in ASL qualifiers. I think he released that replay, and Firebat Hero did that exact move. So it looks like it's going to be one base starport or something. And hello, there's a command center floating down. So you build a sunken, you build a hydrogen, and what does that get you? Absolutely nothing. So at least TerrOr didn't try and disguise it that much, but he is going for a fast eBay, fast academy. This is going to be a +1 rush.
Man, that is super devious.
I mean, there are maps where the Overlord can spot the racks, but they can't necessarily see if the unit completed. You can just see whether it's blinking or not. So I'll give you an example. Destination. At top, if you spawn top left and the Overlord gets at top right, like over that ramp with the mineral patch, you can spot the marine or the racks blinking in a wall. So what I would do versus LC Gamer and Machine, for example, is I would build constantly out of the racks and then cancel it before it finished. And I was actually going back behind it, and they thought I was going bio. It is super cancer. And somebody like TerrOr, like for example, if he got bottom right in this position where the racks would be at the bottom and you don't necessarily see the marine pop out, I mean, for sure he could be doing moves like that. All right, well, we do have the barracks starting to ramp up. We're at 3 right now. We may see upwards of 5. I would say 5 is very ambitious versus a 2-hatch. We saw Rush and ASL actually try it versus Soma, and he got instantly punished for that. So probably TerrOr just going to stick at 4. We'll see if he wants to greed it and go for 5, though. Meanwhile, in JDConan's main, 3rd hatch has been built. He did not get it scanned either, so TerrOr may be thinking that, okay, this may be an on-location 3rd base, but this is just the safe play that Zergs are doing these days to counter the fast 2 racks.
All right, mutas have just been made. Wow, this is a... Oh no, this is like a pretty... I wouldn't say conservative timing, but I'm not like super surprised by this 3rd timing.
Well, it is a lot of resources going into hatcheries. Think about it. It's 600 minerals into the 3rd hatch, and then now the 4th hatch. But Terror's sitting back for now, so Mutalists are going to be able to get out onto the field. And the wall is kind of hard for Terran to get out of right now, because if you look at it, I mean, there's not a lot of space to get out. You can get choked up real easily, and you can also get choked up on that bridge. So, and of course, Mutas have the high ground here and the water to abuse, so Terra does need to be careful. Good control from both sides right there. A lot of damage taken from the Mutas. He does manage to pop one of the Marines, though.
Already very transition into Hydralisk then, though, going for that Lurker. I suppose you really do have to get those up very, very quickly in order to defend that base in bottom left-hand corner. It's not like a very surprising place for a Zerg player to take his third base, so it's very likely that Terra's going to scan and check that out very quickly.
Ooh, see ya,
That's
Overlord.
annoying.
Yeah, luckily it doesn't supply block Conan. That could have been brutal, because if he wasn't able to build Hydras, for example, at bottom left, if somehow Terra got across that ramp, or that bridge, I mean, the bottom left base could have been breached. But you can see that it's just so hard for Terran to move. He's obligated to go up here. He finds a straggler Muta.
Wow.
That's another kill for him.
Even still, though, looking to be pretty dangerous to really get too far out here on the map right now. Not a huge number of units with this. Tries to snipe a medic, instead loses another Muta. Only 6 Mutas left in this ball here, so Bio going to eventually break out onto the map fairly quickly.
Yeah, medics have 1 armor, so you actually need to have 8 Mutas there to one-shot them, unless +1 weapon kicks in for your Mutas, of course, but it's too early for that. So he gets punished trying to go for that medic. Meanwhile, the Muta count is only at 6. Not sure if Terra realizes that, but he's able to get across the bridge. And now he can consolidate both armies, and I don't think there are any Hydras bottom left. So that is a very exposed base if he ends up getting over there.
All right, trying to do his best to stall these units from getting across. Looks like the Lurkers just popped in perfect timing. Picks up 1 medic, and a couple of units getting cleaned up here on the back end. So things just barely coming together.
That's a good pickoff, and it alleviates pressure, and he gets the Lurkers up in time. So JDConan's in a good spot. He's got his Queen's Nest done. He needs to instantly get that Hive. I think Hive is maybe like 90 seconds, so it puts him around 10:30. Then Defiler Mound, maybe about 11:15, and then Dark Swarm. So maybe like a 12-minute, 12:30 Dark Swarm. I mean, that's quite late, but I think he should have enough to hold all of his bases, and I think the tech of Terror isn't like super fast, so I don't expect... Oh, actually, maybe not. The tech is pretty darn quick for Terror, so he may be able to just irradiate JDConan to death.
Yeah, that is very scary. We may need to see like some Lurker transfers, something like that via, you know, like a Nidus Canal or something like that to maybe hold off before we have the irradiates, because there's only 2 Lurkers right here on the high ground, and even with that little Sunken helping them, that's not really all that many units. You can really kind of stim up past that if you send a unit up ahead of time to distract the first couple spines. Yeah, bottom left kind of very exposed right now.
Well, we do have, I think, 4 Lurkers set up, and they are on high ground, so it's going to be hard to bust through that. I like Terra's positioning of his Marines. He's got a few outside of the bridge. Not going to be able to get past that. He's got a lot of Marines on the left side. First vessels are out 10:15. That's very, very quick. So he's already going to have irradiates starting to pile up quickly. Did he ever scan bottom left? I'm not sure if he did, but Nidus getting up for JDConan.
I saw JDConan rearranging his Lurkers at the natural expansion. I really wish that he would do it actually in the bottom left-hand corner, because if that ever gets discovered, having your Lurkers all piled up so they have to be irradiated 1 at a time, then you can even put an Overlord on top of it to make it even more difficult to target. That can be something that you can do to really help kind of like stall this out for quite a long time.
That factory's going to die unless that SCV gets over there. Ace, okay, it's already dead. That's
actually
a
pretty
nice.
nice.
Yeah, that's great because that's now JDConan knows this can't be a mech switch. You're never losing your factory in mech switching. Also, it means that there's no more starports, so it still could be BCs, but a lot of players go into 3 starport BC if they commit to it. We get a Ling run by. Is just going to confirm that there's no third base for TerrOr.
Even still, though, JDConan has to be a fairly happy Zerg in this position here. We have a CC coming down already. Looks
whoa.
like we do have the physics lab.
Whoa, that is 4 vessels straight
Oh my
into
God.
BC, just instant BC.
He can kill the...
Yeah, he can kill that. I don't think that's a big loss. Sure, Zerg doesn't want to rebuild it, but I mean, at least you know that where the Marines are, right? You know they're not attacking something super important, but it does make JDConan fearful that a drop is coming. So you see he is scrambling to get up a couple Sunkens. Ooh,
I
nice.
like that. I
Gets
like
2.
that.
Yeah, I know you do. He got 2 science vessels for 4 Scourge, maybe 2 Mutas. That is definitely worth for him. And JDConan, he's got 3 bases running. He's got 6 hatch production, so good macro from him. He's within 30 supply, like it's 105 to 140. That's just fantastic for Zerg, especially after whittling down the vessel count.
Yeah, I mean, these vessels are going to have to be replaced too. And, you know, with the early physics lab and everything like that, looking to see maybe some BCs coming here pretty soon, that's going to really kind of cut into the, I guess, the available starports time. You know what I mean? Like, you can either do one or the other, and if you have to keep replacing your vessels, you're not going to really get to that annoying, like, 3, 4, 5 BC count where, like, they just insta-kill like flocks of Scourge, and so they'll be much more manageable in the long term.
Yeah, JDConan's in a really good spot right now. Like, Terran's just now taking their 3rd base. I realize Terran has a lot of production, 7 racks, 2 starports, but this is about as good of a position as you're ever going to get versus Terran. This is fantastic for JDConan. He's got a lot of macro, like I said. His Ultralisk Cavern is about to finish, so they're going to start coming out pretty soon. I think his +1 armor is done too. He's still behind the +2 of Terran, but I don't think he's down that much time in terms of upgrades. Defiler is going to move across the map, really unhindered at all, and it doesn't matter how many units are actually with the Defiler. As long as there's a couple and a single lurker, it will get damage done.
Well, I think that this Irradiate might have something to say about this. But even still, he's running TerrOr around the map and really occupying his time. Normally, at this point in the game, you have Terran really putting on as much pressure as they can at both the natural expansion and the 3rd. And TerrOr's just really not being able to do that. He's responding to pressure being put on him, and this is great. So the BC's coming in right now, so they're going to probably be very annoying there at the 3rd base. There's really not that many units right now defending it. I don't know if we saw a Spore over there, but certainly not like 6 Scourge just waiting for this. So, okay, we do have 3 Spores. Okay.
Yeah, he spotted the BC, so he preemptively built some Spores. Scourge connect! That's a dead battle cruiser. Spores are strong too, that they can go toe-to-toe with the BC. The battle cruiser, one of them ends up falling, but he's got to be careful because that's an expensive expensive unit. It's 400, 300. He needs to get a better trade than that, especially versus a Zerg that's been having 3 base production for so long. Goodbye, BC. Wow. Did you notice whether the BC had weapon or not? I didn't see. I don't think it did. I'm not sure if Zerg has armor either, but that is a big factor if Zerg has armor and Terran does not have weapon, because BC needs +1 weapon to one-shot Scourge.
Yeah, this is pretty nuts. I mean, like, the BCs essentially did nothing. You see that the starports now transitioned back to creating additional science vessels here, and that's super important. Oh my gosh, very close to losing another one here.
Yep,
vessels, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say Ultralists are out in the map. and you're never feeling good about that as Terran if they're starting to produce them before the 17 or 18 mark, because that means that their econ is really in full gear. Defiler's pushing back everything. A good play, a nice plague would hit all of the vessels, but it doesn't seem like he has the energy.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, but still does manage to snipe off, some... Oh! These Ultras could really distract for the Scourge if they go in. Looks like the Scourge are a little overextended, but might make one connection.
And that's a big loss for JDConan. He got 4 or 5 Ultras irradiated and didn't connect any of his Scourge either, so tons of gas being lost. The 4th base is going to be denied too. Terra's approaching max. Zerg's still at 135 supply, so that's still high. The problem for him is he's got no map control at all. He hasn't really been able to push anything back from Terra other than those 2 BCs. Lurkers and Ultras are going to bleed off also.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. Like, clearly, like, the main issue at this point is that securing a 4th is going to be such an uphill battle right now. You have your Terran floating CC all the way to the top right-hand corner right now. And it's just, you need the extra gas from that 4th base to really be able to afford both Defilers and Ultralists, and to continue to replace, your very important Lurkers and things like that as well. And unfortunately, with just the 3 gas that he's currently on, not going to be able to do that. And as you can see, we're kind of down to very low-tech army. Sure, we've got a couple of Ultralists, but accompanying them really only, Zerglings and like 1 Lurker, and this is just not enough to deal with a bio that has an upgrade advantage.
Yep, Lurkers are moving into position, but these are upgraded Marines and Firebats. They're gonna just soak up the hits and back off. Radiates coming through. Marines and medics on the ramp, or on the bridge, deny any counterattack there. Scourge got bled off too. JDConan losing a lot of his expensive units. He's used up the majority of his gas bank. Look at it, it's at just 200 right now. Meanwhile, Terror is taking a 4th base at top right. He's built a 5th command center, probably gonna take that mineral only in the middle. Another big attack from JDConan, but probably just barely not enough. Clutch D-Matrix on the Firebat. Look at the Lurkers focus that Firebat, not killing basically any of the Marines. It's 100 supply lead for Terra, and there it is, the GG. He's gonna knock JDConan out.
Man, I have to say, all things being equal, JDConan played a spectacular game there. There are points there that look really, 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 really nice for him. Dealt with, the BC transition really quickly, very nice. He cut down on the vessel count there at the early portions of the mid game there as well. Things were looking really nice for him, but Terror is just a menace, dude. He's just out here killing nerds, and unfortunately, JDConan just wasn't able to stack up, man. I have to say, he did about as good as I could have expected anyone to, but Terror is just too good, and he takes it.
Yeah, Terror, he's just a step above most players in South America. I agree. I think JDConan played well. He just needs to continue to play like that and continue to practice that. And for sure, maybe not necessarily next BSL, but a couple BSLs from now, I could definitely see him taking down Terror if he continues to play that type of style, because it was solid for sure. It was solid. If he just continues and practices, he will get there. So nicely done from JDConan. Unfortunately, he's eliminated, and Terra's going to be moving on, but it was impressive play from him. And Doc Holiday, that is it for us today. We've got both of our best of 5s down. We've got 2 of our best of 3s down. We see that we have Tech versus Terra remaining in the lower quarterfinals, and ZeTy versus Jiren. But we know what our winners bracket finals is going to be. It is NbA versus Dandy, and that's going to be a great PvT.
Yeah, guys. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in. We really appreciate the traffic here, especially over here on the Trovo stream. Not everyone is super accustomed to coming over to this website to watch BSL, so really appreciate you all being here. And of course, thanks to Zero for having us on the cast for you guys. Had a lot of fun. I hope you guys all have a great rest of your weekend.
Yeah, of course, we've got to shout out our sponsors. Thank you so much, OptiMonk, for sponsoring the BSL. And then all of you Patreon supporters, thank you again for supporting the BSL. At the $100 level, we have Star Lover. $50 level, Anthony Chen, Martin Harsmar Striker, and Zero Sum. $30 level, Robert Groot, Flizzardo86, Cuz, and Tupacalypse. And at the $20 level, Nicholas Schuler, Christian Eddington, LML, Lingenpop, 9tech, and Quark. And of course, we have tons of other Patreon supporters at the $10 level and below. And if you want to get the replays from the BSL, definitely consider becoming a $10 supporter or above, and you will get all of those replays. And that includes that epic PvP we saw on Gladiator between Tech and NbA. So again, guys, that's it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow to close out the winners bracket and the losers bracket, and we will find out who's going to be facing off in the grand finals. So I'll see you tomorrow, and hopefully, or well, not hopefully, they're definitely going to be exciting games.
Bye, guys. Take it easy.
Okay, great job, guys. Hey guys, so thank you very much for watching. Okay, mine's not working. Okay guys, so thank you very much for watching today. Tomorrow we will be casting the 4 matches from the, or rather 5 matches planned for tomorrow, which will be winner bracket. If you go to the, bracket over here, we have NbA versus Dandy. It will be casted tomorrow. Then we will have Tech versus TerrOr, ZeTy versus Jiren, winner of their match. So those 3 best of 3s, and this best of 5 will be casted tomorrow. And those lower bracket finals and the grand finals will be casted on Monday before the North America Group A. So yeah, we are doing a huge marathon right now. I hope you like it. We will be still on the same time zone for the next week, so there will be still no sleepless night for me. No sleepless nights for me. So but I think like I obligated myself that I will do it for you guys and for BSL. Maybe this way we will find a sponsor for BSL 16. Maybe we will find enough attention that there will be some company that will want to invest in us. If you like BSL, you can consider supporting into this goal. Over here, you can see we are over $872 from 10,000, so we're still pretty far gone. But from June, we will move to Twitch, where we will probably have more viewers, and I'm positive about reaching that goal, because like I trust in you guys that you like BSL enough, and every season we are reaching this goal. So this season I hope will be no different. So this was a very long day. Yesterday the same. So GG's and good work for the casters, and thank you guys for watching today. And yeah, I will pay you the end credits. You can check out the Patreon of BSL or Bombastic Shop, and we will be in touch. So thank you very much, guys. Bye bye. Oh, and thanks to Mr. Deadfate and you as well, because those super GoKu guys are amazingly. Oh my god, we have Mr. Deadfate's 194 riders over here, and so welcome, guys. So BSL is done. Unfortunately, there is 3 minutes delay, so I won't be able to catch you. So, but I hope you like BSL, and I hope you like Spanish broadcast by Mr. Deadfate and Mr. Yu. Unfortunately, for now, we will be moved from TerrOr, probably with the Spanish cast as well, but we will think of a way to provide you some Spanish cast. Maybe somewhere else. So I still need to discuss it. So I hope you guys like the games. I think the bracket, I will show it one more time to all the riders of Mr. Deadfate. Thank you, Mr. Manu, for this huge support. Thank you, Mr. Manu. A lot of thumbs up. So thanks to Mr. Deadfate and Mr. Yu, who is also casting BSL. Oh, Mr. Deadfate is asking when the finals will be. So Mr. Deadfate and Mr. Yu are casting BSL in Spanish. So BSL finals, I'm thinking about starting the matches on the same time, or maybe even an hour earlier, because I'm afraid if you will start at 2 a.m. it will be too late for North America group to be casted. I will still need to check out with the group of North America, because I still didn't decide. I don't know which group I will cast. Probably I will pick the group where the games will be the shortest, because like it's pretty hard to cast for more than like 3 or 4 hours straight, like when you are doing everything, right? So my wife is up, and now I'm that's why I'm talking to you, because I can see that I'm able to talk, because Karolcia is not sleeping. So I know that I will not wake her up, but it's 6:30 for me, guys. I am, so it's very late. Oh, I will play you a short video how I'm explaining the format of BSL. Am I going to play games now? Oh my god, we have 163 viewers. Actually, I can play games for my 163 viewers. So let's maybe play a game or two for our amazing viewers from LATAM, as well as maybe European people, like I'm calling them early birds from LATAM. So yeah, let's play maybe one game of StarCraft. But I think I will restart the stream and play it without delay, so I will be able to communicate with you guys. So I will stop it now, and I will be back immediately. Okay, guys, how long it was for you? I hope it was just a second, and that you are all there. We should now be synchronized all together, and we should be able to talk. So if you want to talk about BSL, because I don't know if you are aware, but right now NbA and Dandy already secured their spots in BSL Season 15 Grand Finals. So if you will look on the page, let's say on Wikipedia, we will see that we already have Zanhun, Dugu, Xiao and Basterian qualified from the Asian region. It is over here. So those players are qualified for BSL 15, and Zanhun is qualified for BSL 16. And we also have Latin America Championships, BSL 15 and BSL 16 as well. So Dandy and NbA already secured their spot in the BSL season finals. So that's huge, I think, and that's amazing for LATAM, right? That you have that great representatives. And the question is, who will be the second two grades? Because those are the great questions. Because we will have the matches between Tech and TerrOr and ZeTy and GRen. So winner of ZeTy and GRen will qualify, and Tech and the winner of Tech and TerrOr will qualify as well. So one of those two of those four players in the lower bracket will be eliminated. One of Tech and TerrOr, and one of ZeTy and GRen. So that's pretty neat. So guys, let me know how are you doing, and let's play some StarCraft, right? Because that's why we are here. I'm not here to talk about BSL, because you already know. We already Okay, guys, I will quickly go to the kitchen and bring myself some water, and I will be able to maybe play a few more games, because I actually slept a lot yesterday, and I'm very helpful. I will say I'm tired of, like, overall of sitting. That's why I won't play for too long, but I may be able to play maybe 2 or 3 games, not only one. So I will be back in 2 minutes. So I will play you this video. Look at that. This is BSL 11 highlights. No one ever seen that. This is exclusive content for TerrOr, because I produced that, but I never released that because it turned out to be breaking my YouTube algorithm. Anyway, doesn't matter. I will play it for you. This is BSL 11, where I think TerrOr won. No, TerrOr and Bonnie finals. I will not spoil that. I will be back in 2 minutes. Mr. Only One, is it confirmed to move BSL to Twitch? I mean, it might be possible that I will stay here partly, but not that. But the main season of BSL, it's, I think, confirmed, because I don't see TerrOr, because TerrOr closed their supporter program, and there will be no BSL Vibe Tag from the next month. I mean, there will be, but there will be not counting the watch hours as BSL hours from the June. So it was only till the end of May. So I will see how satisfied they will be after this May. Maybe they will be satisfied enough that they will offer something that we will keep some of, like, more casts over here. Definitely we will move the finals to Twitch. I can't imagine that they will be have enough offer right now, because they are re-evaluating themselves as a platform. So I can't imagine that they will have enough like resources to invest that much into BSL. but maybe we will leave the few casts here. I definitely have some plans to make some tournaments, and for example, BSL 2 versus 2 might start very soon. So get ready for that. If you're a 2 versus 2 player, we will be with that. It's almost ready. We are getting ready for it for like 3 or 4 months. So we might do it on Trovo. We might do some side events on Trovo. So it's not like I hate them, I don't like them. I understand that they have to like enforce against some people who are trying to cheat them on viewers, on watch hours, so they have to act. So I hope they will do it quickly. I hope they will be effective with it, and they will be able to pay good money for good viewers like you guys, right? Amazing community from all over the world, right? So right now it's not. What about Facebook? We will talk about Spanish casts when it will be 100% confirmed that we are moving from Trovo. We will see. Okay, so I will play you those exclusive highlights, and I will be right back in 3 minutes.
Looks like Avilov suspected movement to the right side, so he instantly counterattacks. Queens should be coming. You can see all these overlords are moving in. That's going to be Broodlings on one tank. D-Matrix gets instantly nullified by the Broodlings. More Queens coming through the top right side. 4 tanks going down, but there's still so many Hydras left over.
Yeah, there's so many Hydras, and despite there being only 5-7 Queens or whatever, they've done their work. And there's so many Hydras left over, and now, okay, so this... Avilov actually was droning for a really long time there, and he's just going to completely smack this down, so...
As I mentioned, if the Mutas are out of position, like they are right now, TerrOr can get in. I'm surprised that Avilov moved into the back. I guess he thought maybe the drop was coming over there or something, and TerrOr is pushing the issue. If he has +1 armor, this is going to be much harder to fend off. Oh, he does.
Oh my god, he's dead.
Are we serious? TerrOr's actually just going to push in right before Ultras pop out?
Yeah, 1-1 is a deadly timing without a doubt, and this isn't something you see every day as Zerg, so it's hard to read, and Avilov just didn't, and the follow-up buzz just got to him. I mean, maybe...
But look at how many Marines there are. The Ultralists are going to die so fast. There's no supporting cast. The Mutas fall. There's no Lings either. And this is just going to be TerrOr ending the game with just rallied Marines.
This Observer was safe from Oya, but it has delayed his build quite a bit. This is so risky, though, without the shuttle support. I mean...
But he's got the battery. He can just heal it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, good point.
That is actually really sick. That's something I did. Well, you gotta get in range of the battery to heal. And I like how that triggers all the goons to just come down.
Yeah, tilt move.
Yeah, tilt move. And there's not enough goons to actually fight this. The Bonneth is going to trade super cost-effective 6. So it looks like Bonneth wants to put on some pressure now. I didn't catch whether this is 2 Reavers or just 1. Now, I don't know about this. Oyaji's Reaver seems very far isolated, but Bonneth is way out of position.
They actually both traded Reavers there, and this is... I can't really tell who this is good for. I mean, Oya with the sick flank now from the bottom side, but they're all missing on the high ground, and Zealot speed is already done, and you know Bonneth has 6 gate behind this, so he can reinforce this really well. Zealot's coming in just now, streaming into this fight. He will be able to clean this up, and honestly, Bonneth's transition into Citadel is going to save him here. He's going to completely smash this, and
you know, it looks like Oyaji has spotted it. You can see... Oh, I thought he did, but instead, it does just waltz into the main, and it's going to pick off this Reaver for free. I'm surprised he sent the DT already in, but I think it's just to draw units out of position. Yeah, he's just going to instantly attack, and that's exactly what's happening. He's got matching Archon count. He's got a 2 Reaver advantage.
That DT is still wailing on top of the Nexus, so Oyaji might lose the Nexus in this fight, but it looks like Bonneth, it doesn't really matter. Bonneth has way more units than Oyaji does, has a superior composition. Looks like the Reavers are still nuts here. Gypsy has no idea what he's talking about, and Oyaji GG's sick attack at the end there from Bonneth.
So far, it is 3 goons versus 4. So a bit of an advantage for Bonneth right now, and he is going to pounce instantly, and instantly Oyaji has to back off, but he should be able to hold this entrance.
And this
Well,
is
maybe
what's
not.
Well, it looks like Bonnet just has crazy micro, man. He's going in. The Zealot does die, though, so actually I think Oyaji should be okay. It's going to be really close. He has to pull a couple probes. That's a lot of probes to pull, though.
Probes?
And all of a sudden, that's definitely worth for Bonnet. And Bonnet somehow does not lose that last Dragoon, and he's killing probes. This is massive amount of damage.
He can one-shot probes with 3 goons, so he's now wiped out 4 probes, and that goon that thought he was going to one-shot that goon in the back ends up not even getting the kill. It survives with like 5 health or something crazy. That's a 5th probe going down. Meanwhile, that was 12 probes that were pulled. This is going to be Bonnet absolutely running away with this game.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he almost can't even afford getting Dragoons off of the 3 gates. Oyaji is going to GG.
Oyaji moving around the bottom side is always dangerous because if he overextends and gets flanked, especially with high ground from the back, he's in deep trouble. And now, I guess he potentially can go for the flank, but Oyaji doesn't have a shuttle.
Yeah. Well,
this is base trade scenario.
Yeah, you don't see that often. Oyaji's Reaver just... Oh my god, it's taking so many hits. It does get 2 Reaver shots off, which is not going to be inconsequential. Oyaji, though, where's his... did he have a shuttle with this attack, or was that the only Reaver he had?
That was it, and Bonnet is going to just flat out kill the probe going down. Meanwhile, that was 12 probes that were pulled. This is going to be Bonnet absolutely running away with this game.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he almost can't even afford getting Dragoons off of the 3 gates. Oyaji is going to GG.
Oyaji moving around the bottom side is always dangerous because if he overextends and gets flanked, especially with high ground from the back, he's in deep trouble. And now, I guess he potentially can go for the flank, but Oyaji doesn't have a shuttle.
Yeah. Well,
this is base trade scenario.
Yeah, you don't see that often. Oyaji's Reaver just... Oh my god, it's taking so many hits. It does get 2 Reaver shots off, which is not going to be inconsequential. Oyaji, though, where's his... did he have a shuttle with this attack, or was that the only Reaver he had?
That was it, and Bonnet is going to just flat out kill the probe line way faster.
Oh my god.
Than Oyaji. And if he can get even a single probe across the map, Bonnet can rebuild his Nexus.
Yeah.
Oyaji really needs to make some type of magic happen with these goons, but instead he's just taking shots to the face, and almost all the shields are gone on all of these goons. I guess he's trying to bait out the money.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that's actually kind of hilarious. I've never seen that. I mean, he saw how many probes there are, which is why he's forcing this. He knows. Oh, well, the support base sees it too. GG. Bonnet takes it 3-0.
Great, right? Great. I think that's really good. Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Klismar and Mr. KFC Figo. Thank you very much, guys. So let's go and play some StarCraft. I am ready. I don't have my mess cleaned up behind you, but because this is spontaneous stream. Mr. Azriga, thank you for the support. Zero, have you thinking of streaming without delay? Honestly speaking, delay is annoying. May people think, why, Mr. Richard? What is the difference? Like, when there is a delay, people can look at the match and there might be a suspicion, right? Oh, Mr. Nemu. Perkosu. Oh my god, this drone. Oh, maybe I'm showing a chat. Oh, okay. This is Nemu, very good player, 2300. I think I'm too tired. Let's blame that, okay? Oh my god, why don't I have game sound? Guys, why didn't you tell me earlier?
All forces are under attack. All forces are under attack.
GG. We're getting lower, but good part about this is that the sun is up. As you can see, it's bright. I love the sun, and I have my beer ready. And it's very, very cold, so it's good beer. $7 a.m. Sunday. That's how you start your Sunday. Hidden 1,800.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Strongboard overlords. Strongboard overlords. The High Coast is under attack. Strongboard overlords. Evolution complete. Strongboard overlords. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Vespene gas. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more Vespene gas. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. 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 Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. 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 Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Requiring more minerals.
Can't look for 1 second, man.
We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Requiring more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Spawning more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
I think that was a mistake to move all those ogres here, right?
The hive cluster is under.
Ooh, Mr. U! Thank you, Mr. Yu, for hosting me and for sending those amazing people who are watching Mr. Yu. And welcome to order, Mr. Yu. Hans, your cheers. This is 7:30 morning for me, guys. I hope that you guys feel happy. Let me do some stretching. It is on the sand and look at the timer. So I'm still with you guys. Thank you, Mr. YSD. It's 10 p.m. for you. So you are from the Pacific Coast, right? Probably from California. Ooh, Mr. Nando, Brett. Greetings, greetings, greetings. How are you doing, man? I've been casting for a while, so it's good to do stretching. I recommend to all of you because it will come to you either you want it or not. There will be a moment where your back will start to hurt, and it's better to do stretching because it's unnatural to sit for 4 or 5 hours in the same position, right? So it's good to stretch once in a while. I need to go for a walk as well after that kind of sitting, but I will do it after the stream. So guys, we are starting BSL. I will show you the bracket while we are waiting for the game, because if you missed it, I'm wondering which game should I cast first. I think we will go with ZeTy versus Jiren first, then Tech versus TerrOr, so those players who will win will have time to prepare themselves, and then we will cast Dandy versus NbA. So I think this is a good plan, right? So we will have ZeTy, Jiren, Tech TerrOr, NbA Dandy, and then loser bracket semifinals. I think that's a good plan. I don't know what you guys think. Ooh, hello Mr. NbA Gaming. How are you doing, man? Congratulations on qualifying to BSL Pro League semi-finals. This is the actual Pro League you qualified for, and Mr. NbA Play was always a substitution, always a first person. We have a match. Always a first person to substitute someone, and he was always ready when I was asking him to replace someone. He was able to do it within 24 hours, so I'm really appreciating that. And those are the also 0 appreciation points, but I don't know if that matter. You can buy anything for it. But you also can buy it. Actually, you can buy it. I can appreciate something. After a certain amount of money, it's possible to appreciate something which you maybe not love, but what you can do, right? I'm talking nonsense after this. This is 7 AM, guys. I'm from Europe, so I was streaming from 2 AM live in person. Earlier we casted also the first day of the bracket, so Oh, guys, it's like during the BSL when I'm sitting and casting BSL, it's incredible. I realized that actually I lost last time on that's when I went to the hospital. That's actually like when I'm sitting and playing, or like not playing right now, like right now, right? Because now it's like not a tight atmosphere. There's not too many things I'm focused about besides just playing and talking to you guys, right? But when I'm casting, my brain is processing so many things at once that it's unnormal to any other brain, right? So it's unnormal to any other work, like that you have so much like for 5 hours of full focus, right? And I'm going to like add additional breaks into the BSL to like have some stretching, some exercises, just to not have like 5 hours of like constant focus and constant like 100% focus on something that like sometimes when there was a 5 hours cast I was not able to go to the toilet, right? Because we wanted to go as fast as possible, but now I'm not going that fast. So like, when I want to do it, I'm just doing a break, a longer break, and I hope the caster don't have it in mind that the cast will be like 10 or 15 minutes longer. So yeah, but I realized that during the 5 hours of casts, my brain was like functioning on 100% for like 5 hours straight, right? So that's pretty hardcore, I would say. And that's where I realized that there needs to be a change in that, and I hope that will work. The fact that there will be more breaks. No!
Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more vesting gas. Require more minerals. More vesting gas. Require more vesting gas. Require more vesting gas. Require more vesting gas. Require more vesting gas. Evolution complete. All forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack.
Man, my healers are all over the place.
Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack.
Yeah. Let's not waste time. Let's play another game. Okay, I think it will be the last one. Okay, we have a match. We have a match. That's good, right? RDM Ares. Let's see our ZVZ potential. Guys, have you ever played in a game called Banished?
Require more minerals. We 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 require more minerals.
Hello, Mr. Gudat. How are you doing? Where are you from? I assume that most of my viewers now are from like South America or North America, right? Or maybe actually early wake uppers in Europe. I don't think people have this habit of checking BroodWar or BSL. We've been there only for like March, April and May, right? So it's only 3 months. But I think it's getting better, right? We already, in terms of English stream, it's getting better because we established some audience which knows that they have to check over here. In terms of Spanish casters, I think we knew that a lot of Latin community is with BSL and that there would be a good viewership, and I think it is very good, right? On the Latin casts. I mean, very good for BroodWar only, right? I'm not talking about overall, right? And the finals are yet to come, right? Because the finals, the season finals, top 4 players of each of those championships will advance to the BSL
Require more minerals.
Pro League, right? Season finals. Which with $4,000 prize pool. So that's something great. And good as well, actually.
Forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
I think I can even go explore.
Require more rescue gas. Require more minerals. Require more mineral rescue gas. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Strong more overload. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Extreme gas. We require more extreme gas. Forces are under attack.
GG. Okay, guys. 3 minutes stretching. I will go for the sun because there is a great sun outside. I can't wait. So we'll play you the highlights from great season and BSL 11. So look at that, and I will be right back.
He is going for mega flank on top of all the Terran units just surrounding him. The siege mode does come in. Ultralisk speed is not quite done, but they do have armor and they're in the front tanking, and now more links coming in from the side with adrenal upgrades and oh my god, it's just absolute destruction.
Koga's trying to slowly creep across the map, trying to trade it as effectively as possible. And Avilov has decided that now is the time. So many Hydras and Lurkers moving into the position. Looks like a lot of the Marines on the... Yeah, there's just so many Hydras. Actually, so many Hydras. Avilov may even be maxed out. The vessels are going to start following, and this is going to be Koga getting absolutely slaughtered. This might be game over. He has to irradiate this. Instead, he irradiates the Ultra, and that it might have been a game-ending mistake. Dark Swarm goes up into the 5th base. The bunker is still not Dark Swarm just yet, so for now it's going to deal a lot of damage. But now that's a Dark Swarm, and this is going to be the 5th base denied. Meanwhile, that CC died pretty fast. That or looked like it was going to die pretty fast. Yeah, GG coming out from Koga and Avilov. Who I thought would not be able to take out somebody like Koga. He ends up smashing him. So let's see how well of an engagement Boa can get.
This is really good for Terran. Some EMPs going off. The storms are really what's going to decide this engagement. Most of Terran's army is on the left side, not actually outputting any damage, and the storms were sick. There's no EMP on top of these 6 Templars in the back. Doesn't matter if you have 3-2. When the storms go off, they don't care about upgrades. They just kill everything in sight. Here come more vultures and more tanks. The storms are going to be nasty, though, all over the place, blanketing a bunch of the tanks, but... the thing is, most of these tanks,
my gosh,
and they don't have that good upgrades, so they're not actually doing damage to the Protoss army, and Boa's just completely smacking this down.
This is gonna be the last attack because Boa's not mining either. It's just top middle, and that's it.
Yeah, one last hurrah. I mean, the supplies are close, though, so storms do go down. There's a lot of arbiters, more Protoss units coming in. Where's the arbiters? That's all he can muster, and TerrOr, my god, he's done it.
He has done it in a 30-minute game versus Boa. Again, one of the craziest games we've seen in BSL. And again, on Gold Rush. It looks like for now, Moneth has snuck to the very top side. Now that opens the main, though, because all of the units for Dawid are right there. Moneth could just send the shuttle into the natural, or could send it into the main. That's exactly what he's done. He sent it into the natural. But now this might force an engagement right at the center of the map.
And smart move here from Bonnet, but okay, it looks like actually Dawid is going to go for the engagement, but he loses the shuttle with one Reaver inside of it, and Bonnet really does not pay for that. It looks like this Nexus at the natural might actually go down as well. Oh my god, that actual splash damage from hitting the Dragoon kills the Nexus. This is going to be a really good fight for Dawid. I mean, he's flanking from both sides. He has a Reaver as well. This is going to be total annihilation. The Reavers do get dropped. That was a 6 Scarab connection, and actually Bonnet is trading. He doesn't even have. He still has his shuttle and 2 Reavers. How is that even possible? Bonnet is going to win this fight.
I don't even know what just happened there. Those Reavers just exploded 3 goons in the blink of an eye, and Dawid's Reaver didn't help at all. And this army that we thought was just going to get absolutely slammed, he has 4 goons left over and a Reaver left over, and he's walking this Reaver into Dawid's main, and that's it. Dawid just taps out.
He is getting an extra cannon at his mineral line. 5 units do one-shot probes, so that's a lot of probes already going down. Scourge coming in, but the 1 cannon at the top side there is gonna snipe one of the Scourge, but that's a lot of probes to lose.
We mentioned you only need to have 9, so 4 more being built in the later stages of the game will be useful. He may be able to get even a couple more probes, 1 more going down. Can he get a second one? A second probe going down, and he's coming in for more, but now he doesn't have the magic number of 5 yet. He still finds another probe connection, 3 of them going down.
Yeah, he's playing phenomenally well. True Touch is going to pull the 2 drones here and defend against this probe. You really want to at least force out this pylon if he's going to do it as soon as possible. Oh, this is some sick micro from... Oh my god, look at that. Swag.
Yeah, I thought he might get that probe.
Oh, is he?
He still might get it.
Oh!
The probe got stuck a little bit. It doesn't...
he's going to get it here, though.
Yeah, he may bounce. It's so annoying that whenever you're the guy trying to run away, your unit bounces. How did he catch it? How did he catch up? How's that possible? He got it.
Go. That's what I'm talking about.
That's crazy.
But there's 5 cannons there. There's a bunch of units. There's Storm. This isn't going to work.
Yeah, this isn't going to work. The Templars have energy.
Storm's
Does he not have
though.
Storm? It's not finished. Looks like Speed isn't even finished either for the Zealots, so they're just getting massacred. And True Touch may actually bust in here.
Oh my god, the Dragoons are just kind of bugging out in the back. If the Dragoons just sit there and actually fight these, it's still not gonna work, man. See, like, even without Storm, there's just too many Protoss units, and now True Touch has no economy behind this. So this is gonna be a base trade situation. I don't think Oya can actually defend against this. Oh yeah, he can. He has a massive Storm, and now the Lurkers are gonna go down. He's gonna kill them all, and his counter at True Touch Natural is just gonna totally obliterate him, and he's done it.
That was nice, right? That was really, really super GoKu. Hello, hello. How are you doing, man? Okay, so let's play the last game of the day. "22 seconds. Anyone hyped about today?" There will be. There will be many GoTo matches. So let me create the posts now. I'm actually working on BSL, so it makes sense to make it now. Okay, so we will go with. I will play this music because I like it. Actually, no, I play it. Okay. We'll go with ZeTy versus Jiren first. So we will have ZeTy versus Jiren first. It's going to be loser bracket. Quarterfinals. We're waiting for the game. So it's going to be ZeTy versus Jiren, best of 3. Then we will go with TerrOr versus Tech. Hey guys, can you answer me where do you hear about BSL or where from? Do you watch BSL and hear from BSL? Okay, so this will be our schedule. I'm posting it on BSL Discord. I will spoiler it though. And the graphics, right? And it's going to be Mr. Fatalis. Is it live? What do you mean by is it live? I'm on this.
He is going for
Just
mega.
restart that because it's for too long. And the matches are being played live mostly, but some of the matches are replays if players want to play earlier. I don't have a problem with that, unless they are not streaming and spoiling the score and telling that they are playing earlier. It's fine if they play earlier, because this way we might have better matches, right? Because they are not mad that they are on during the lag. Oh, guys, I'm talking to you when I'm mute, right? Yeah, I'm here. I am Mr. Fatalist. I'm answering to you all the time, but I was muted. I'm so dumb. Anyway, okay, let's play. And I play against Syrax again. That was weird that no one could hear me.
Require more minerals. We 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 require more minerals. Require more minerals. We 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 require more vegetable gas. We require more minerals. All forces are under attack.
Zero versus Rax, who might play in Pro League this season. That's how Zero GoKu is. Oh, yes. Now that's stupid from me. Should not post this picture. Oh, we back again to A rank. Okay guys, it's 8:30. I think I should be finishing, right? It's 8:30. The sun is up. I need to go do yoga, go to sleep, wake up, eat lunch, make lunch for tomorrow, go to sleep again, wake up at 1 a.m., do the cast for Latin America bracket number 3. And also earlier I need to prepare my food for the stream and everything, so there is many things to do. And I also need to add the schedule for the North American bracket and work on that, because during working on those Latin events and because of those sleep hours, I'm really not able to take care of everything as good as I would want to. So I'm in a rush all the time, but I will go and do yoga, go to sleep, because rest is important as well. So thank you very much guys for watching. We will host someone. I will play you the end credits of BSL, because there are many people who you should appreciate there. For example, person who don't get enough appreciation is Mr. CRVT and PurePat and all the other donators who are there. You can see here in the studio, there are the Patreons of BSL. Here in the break screen, you can see the person who were donating during the cast are displayed here. I think for the Twitch I will up it, like, I don't know, from 10 or from $20. We will show the donations, but for now I think $3 is still a huge support. It's in Polish, it's like 10 zloty, so it's you can buy something for it definitely in the shop, and it's definitely huge support. So thank you very much, and yeah, thanks guys. See you. Where am I? See you next time. Bye bye.